Welcome to Vaccines for All conference, co-hosted by Trusted Pandemic Technologies at MIT, the Auto ID Lab, and New America. I'm Ramesh Raskar, Associate Professor at MIT Media Lab, and I'm delighted to welcome you and also introduce our co-organizers. Susan.
Thanks to everyone who's joined us today for this discussion about vaccines, and my appreciation to our terrific team of organizers for their innovative work. I'm Rear Admiral Susan Blumenthal, former Assistant Surgeon General of the United States. I serve as a visiting professor here at the MIT Media Lab and medical advisor to AMFAR, and as director of the Health Innovations Lab at New America, a proud co-sponsor of this conference. New America is an action tank that is confronting the challenges created by rapid technological and social change and seizing the opportunities those changes create. The challenge, a tsunami of COVID-19 infections and deaths has occurred, and a surge upon this surge is predicted for the weeks and the months ahead. Never before have we seen a virus that can be asymptomatic in 40% of people and yet kill hundreds of thousands of others. The pandemic has revealed multiple weaknesses in America's public health infrastructure that had been underfunded and woefully neglected for all too long. Additionally, a spotlight has been shown on the shameful health disparities for communities of color, frontline workers, and other vulnerable populations. How can technology modernize public health systems? This is a question posed by this conference today. Innovation combined with proven public health practices spells progress. But the fact is that until the coronavirus pandemic emerged, public health had not fully integrated technology and social media expertise as critical tools for addressing 21st century health challenges. But everything has changed as a result of this once-in-a-generation public health threat that is accelerating multidisciplinary collaboration and action. Today, public health and technology experts are working together to develop a national pandemic preparedness and response innovation agenda for surveillance, testing, contact tracing, public health communications, telemedicine, vaccine and therapeutics development, as well as modernizing the supply chain for vital medical resources. And thankfully, as a result of unprecedented levels of government and private sector funding and the ingenuity of scientists worldwide, a new generation of vaccines, a life-saving tool, has rapidly become available to fight COVID-19. But now, how can we equitably deploy these tools? And how can we effectively measure their health outcomes and foster trust to combat the infodemic of misinformation so that people choose to get vaccinated? That is what this conference on Vaccines for All is all about. Thanks for everything each one of you is doing in this fight. And I want to recognize my colleague, Sharma, who can't be with us this morning, but he will join us later at noon. And thanks again to all the organizers for their efforts.
Good morning, I'm Shirley Bergen. For the last 9 years, I've led the charge at TEDMed, finding really important stories in health and medicine. I am a passionate advocate for communication and will be leading an important conversation at 10:45 this morning on communication and public trust. I want to thank everybody who has been an important part of pulling this event together. Communication is key. We need to come together and have conversations like this on a regular basis as this vaccine rolls out. So thank you again to everybody. I'm looking forward to today's programming. I'll turn it over to Chajit.
Hi all, this is Jagjit Dhaliwal, goes by JD. I'm a MIT Sloan Executive MBA student and also working as a Deputy CIO for Los Angeles County, where I'm managing the health department's technology systems. So though I got an opportunity to organize this conference as an MIT student, I think it's a great opportunity to hear insights from all the experts performing a county role also. Especially being a part of a largest county of the US, we are already working on enabling the vaccine management solutions as we speak. So timing couldn't be perfect for this conference. So I would like to thank all the speakers for their time and the viewers for the participation. So with that, we're ready to kick off. So Ramesh, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. So let's talk about the main theme of this conference, which is digital tools to empower citizens and to deal with the last mile challenges. Next slide. The challenges for equitable vaccine distribution, we can see them kind of in many areas. It's about logistics and reach. How are we going to prioritize the tiers of who gets vaccinated first and later on? Various health outcome monitoring. How do we assess the effectiveness and safety over time and over different population? How do we maintain the engagement? We have challenges with 2-dose adherence, for example, privacy. The idea of vaccine passports is controversial, but is also critical. And maybe some of the biggest issues are vaccine hesitancy and mistrust. Next slide. So to overcome this, some amazing systems are being deployed by the government and state departments, such as vaccine administration management systems or vaccine adverse event reporting systems. Although there is some pushback, this New York Times headline says, some states are pushing back after CDC asking for personal data of those vaccinated, or these systems can be manipulated. There could be a data breach, especially by foreign entities. So the question for us today is, how can we take these great systems that are being built by public health and tweak it, modify it, or make our proposals, in a very solution-driven manner to see what we can do. Next slide. Now think about the vaccination record card, which can be used as a reminder or also as a verification, which is a fantastic system that will be used. But the challenge with that is it does reveal the personally identifiable information like name and birth date. It's open to some fraud and misrepresentation, and also data remains siloed. So can we make some modifications to systems like this? Next slide. So for example, for the same vaccination record, we can remove the PII and add a QR code, which is actually a digital signature that anybody can use to visit their own personalized page at CDC or enter the 16-digit character. And as you can see, no name or birth date is required. It can also be used for verification. Next slide. So when it comes to solutions, they can vary from broadcast media with public service announcement. There could be paper cards, vaccination cards that have digital signed QR codes on them. There could be web-based systems, as the VAMPS and VAERS system is already partially doing. It could be smartphone apps through SMS alerts, or maybe privacy-preserving solutions that can do all these things kind of as a Swiss Army knife. Next slide. And we do have experience doing this. My own lab spun off this foundation, PathCheck Foundation, out of MIT, and now it's an official exposure notification app in 5 US states and territories, such as Minnesota and Hawaii and Guam and so on. It's also the world's largest open source nonprofit for COVID-19. And I think the fact that exposure notification apps have played a role gives us some hope that similar privacy-preserving app can be used in a decentralized manner as opposed to centralizing all the information. So let me show you just a proposal of what this app could do. Next slide. Let's play the video. And when it comes to this kind of apps, they could provide all these functionalities that we care about. Make sure privacy is preserved, create eligibility coupons by codes given by your employers, see the status in your county or in your zip code, have a vaccine diary. After you enter the 10-digit code, you can go for your first dose, but maybe you have to wait because you don't have the priority. Schedule your appointments the same way you would do it, but you can do this in a privacy-preserving way, in an anonymous manner. You can record your first dose. Just open your camera and record your first dose with QR code, and then get a reminder. And after 27 days or 28 days, get the reminder to do the second dose. And after you have done the 2 doses, you can use that for a simple verification, but you still need to wait for 14 days for the immunity to kick in. Nevertheless, you can use this digitally signed QR code for your system. And then you can stay engaged to see if there are any symptoms or adverse reaction you would like to report in an anonymous manner to the state government. And record your symptoms, keep a symptoms diary, and at some point, If you have questions, have the right messaging, and at some point you might want to upload your dosage and symptoms. So it's kind of a verified user who can upload their symptom. And then finally, you can continue to do the messaging and upload this data. The key point of this proposed app is that no personally identifiable information was used, and it's very difficult to spoof the anonymous information you would upload to the CDC or public health. Next slide. And the benefit of this privacy-preserving aggregation is that public health can still see this on a dashboard of first dose, second dose, unvaccinated, social media reactions, and so on. Next slide. So to conclude, I think we're all here to talk about brainstorm various solutions. They can vary from broadcast to paper cards to SMS to apps. And we're here as part of Trusted Pandemic Tech program at MIT to work on open standards, architectures, release open source code, work on algorithms, and really focus on how we can decentralize the vaccine administration process so that we can maintain privacy, efficiency, and equity, whether we use vaccination cards or apps. Thank you. And with that, let me hand it over to the Executive Director, MIT Media Lab, Professor Deb Roy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ramesh. Well, I'm going to be wearing two hats today. Just first of all, wearing my Executive Director hat, I'd like to welcome all of you to this event. The Media Lab, as one of the organizers of the event, I just wanted to say, embraces a interdisciplinary approach to research, which really I think is important here as we work on challenges that spill over disciplinary boundaries, and we really have to find ways to work together. Really our focus is on designing technologies that empower both individuals and communities, and there's really a wide range of research underway across the Media Lab, some of which you'll hear about today. I'm told there's over 300 people registered for this event today. I want to thank in particular Shirley Bergen and Susan Blumenthal for reaching out to some of the incredible group of experts that we have convened today. And as it's my hope as one of the members of Media Lab that this event will be an opportunity for all of us to learn and get new ideas. Ideally spark new collaborations that lead to concrete action, because if ever there's been a time to collaborate and lead to action, that time is now. And together, I hope we can beat the virus. So Ramesh, would you like me to continue now and take off my hat and give the presentation? Great. Okay, so as the leader of one of the research groups within the Media Lab, I am involved with a project that I'd like to share with you now that we call Health Pulse. And as you can see, there is a large number of collaborators, a very important one, Susan Blumenthal, who you just heard from earlier today. And it was really a conversation between Susan and I that sparked very rapidly our lab's involvement in public health related communication effort. So very suddenly, back in early March, from conversations with Susan and then with involvement and sort of support from McKinsey, we launched a social media campaign called Beat the Virus. And it literally began on a Sunday evening from Susan Blumenthal's lips to Justin Bieber's ears, a message that Bieber posted on Instagram, and very quickly we were able to reach a large number of celebrity social media influencers. We started experimenting with different formats to reach more targeted communities that were underexposed to public health messaging. Over a couple of months, we were able to deliver over 650 million media impressions. And now that has transitioned to an information repository and hub that Susan Blumenthal and New America, together with the Media Lab and others, are building. I want to tell you a little bit about what this has expanded into. The larger challenge is that life-saving public health messages aren't being heard, trusted, and adopted in the US today. And so we are developing a local method building on some of the social media analytics that we began with. And we're working specifically with partners in Atlanta, where the goal is to deliver relevant, trusted, and effective public health messaging with a focus on members of Black Atlanta community, south of I-20 in particular, where we know that people have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19, grounded in local listening channels, which I want to just give you a sense very quickly of what that looks like. So with this goal of delivering actionable public health information, we begin by listening to members of the community and distill patterns of concern and misinformation that we hear in the community to actually tailor and contextualize messaging, which is then shared through local influencers to communities in Atlanta. And as we do that, create a feedback loop where we learn what's working and what's not and refine. So this is the basic picture of what we are implementing. And I want to just show you a couple of examples of how data science and media analytics are being used as tools to create a scalable and responsive version of this system. So first, on the facilitated dialogue, like all conversations today, we're doing it on Zoom along with Miro, virtual whiteboard. So we are convening small groups of members of various communities, and we've developed a kind of facilitated dialogue that in particular invites people to share hopes and concerns about the vaccine, share personal stories as they relate to their lived experience with stakeholders related to vaccines. And then we have developed tools, and this is one I'll just let play, which allows us to do speech analytics. So we can drill into COVID-19 automatically indexed speech recordings, go to specific conversations, look at automatic index terms like the pandemic or government or vaccine, and then actually drill into the transcripts of the spoken dialogue to look at what is being said by various people in these dialogues. I'm going to play for you now a 1-minute clip of one of the kinds of patterns. So what we're doing is extracting patterns of concern that we hear across multiple conversations. So this is just a 1-minute clip to give you the gist of the kind of data that this process produces.
As a woman of color in the United States, there's been stories of like a lot of medical measures or medical experiments that they kind of use like Black women or like Latino women as like the test rats. And
my friend's family is like mostly poor and Black, and the older Black family members like asked by people who are doing clinical trials if they would like to be a part of the trials.
A lot of times people are not like well informed and experiment may go awry or something. There might be problems.
The concerns that kind of like stand out to me about the lack of, that's what I meant by lack of appropriate testing for the vaccine. Probably gonna be tested on disadvantaged populations. And there might be like people who die based off that just because we're trying to sprint through this whole thing.
But they often use that population because they think, oh, no one will really care, or no one will really care that they're ignorant or something. So it can become a problem.
So once we have a pattern of concern from these facilitated dialogues, we can actually cross-check. So this is a second tool in our lab where we can search for vaccine trial as a phrase in local Atlanta talk radio stations. We're ingesting about 30 million words of talk radio every day. So we can do this kind of search to look for prevalence of similar concerns on radio and on Twitter. So here we can type in any natural language query like I don't trust the vaccine and find all the tweets emanating from the Atlanta local area that reinforce this concern. So to summarize, from facilitated dialogue, we establish different patterns of concerns. We cross-check with much larger volumes of Twitter and local radio. That lets us weight the level of prevalence of concerns and misinformation. And then a second input we can use is to analyze the graph of Twitter users. We've identified about 175,000 users that are based in Atlanta, and identify clusters based on affinity, such as this Christian ministry, soccer fans, Black culture, pop culture clusters of users. And the social graph analysis gives us a second really valuable input. It lets us mine to see what kind of vernacular word choice is most appropriate for a focus group that we're trying to reach. So the word choice, together with this kind of data-driven mapping of the ebb and flow of concerns and misinformation, lets us create a communication brief. There's a human in the loop here that creates this kind of brief and provides it to local influencers. We're reaching out to faith leaders, local athletes, and others that have already trusted reach within their communities. And we believe this system, as we're piloting in Atlanta, has very natural ways to scale, because all the different data sources, of course, are digitally based, and we can roll out in other locations. So that is the Health Pulse project that I wanted to share with you. And I'm looking forward to the session later this morning that'll pick up on this theme of trust and communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. That's a fascinating view of how we should not be just listening to the social media, but we have a way to be solutions driven and analyze some of the trust and communication issues for COVID-19. So next, I would like to introduce Dr. Anuradha Gupta, who's the Deputy CEO of Gavi, the Alliance for Vaccines. And Dr. Gupta has been at Gavi since 2015, and she's really at the forefront of how to think about empowering citizens in this crisis. So Anuradha.
Dear distinguished guests, it's really an honor and pleasure to speak at this MIT event to address a very topical subject of COVID-19 vaccines for all. Equitable access to vaccines has been at the core of the mission of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and it is a subject which lies very close to my heart as Deputy CEO of Gavi, the Alliance. Gavi was created at the end of the millennium in 2000 as a new, bold experiment in global development, a unique public-private partnership which aimed to wed the scale offered by public institutions with efficiency and innovation of private sector, so that we could expand access to life-saving vaccines in 73 poorest countries of the world, where millions of children were dying at that time because of causes that could be so easily prevented. By pooling demand for vaccines in these 73 countries that together account for 60% of global birth cohort, and making use of innovative financing mechanisms such as vaccine bonds to raise capital, Gavi has consistently exceeded its goals. It has helped immunize a whole generation, over 822 million children, and saved more than 14 million lives, helping to reduce child mortality because of vaccine preventable diseases by an astounding 70%, besides generating billions of dollars in economic gains. Today, coverage of hip, rota, pneumococcal vaccines is higher in Gavi countries than in the rest of the world, an achievement that was unimaginable when Gavi was set up. We are now focused on leaving no one behind with immunization by 2030, which means we will bring a laser focus on reaching those 10 million zero-dose children who have never received even a single shot of any life-saving vaccines. These are children who are markers of acute societal inequity and actually reside in communities that suffer from multiple deprivations and not just immunization. Though only 1 in 8 children is zero dose, 50% of child deaths happen among them, highlighting the urgency of reaching the zero dose. As we do this, we are determined to employ the best of what technology can offer from drones to biometrics, so that we can further improve equity in immunization, save million more lives, prevent outbreaks before they can spread, and help countries on the road to self-sufficiency. The COVID-19 pandemic is undoubtedly the biggest threat to health security in our lifetime. It has caused massive economic and social devastation, with millions more getting pushed into deeper poverty. Secondary effects of COVID have been far more serious, with 1 million more children estimated to die within a period of just 6 months. This must be stopped as quickly as possible. The non-pharmaceutical interventions, such as washing hands, social distancing, wearing masks, have contributed without doubt to slowing down the spread of the virus, but it is also clear from the recent resurgence that an efficacious and safe vaccine will be essential to end the acute phase of the pandemic. The world is immensely proud of the researchers and scientists who have worked day and night to bring forward promising COVID-19 vaccines at an incredible speed. But the development of safe and efficacious vaccine is only the first step in a highly complex process. Demand for a COVID-19 vaccine will outstrip anything the pharmaceutical industry has ever seen, and the hurdles of manufacturing, procuring, distributing, and deploying COVID-19 vaccines on an unprecedented scale need to be addressed now with the same degree of urgency and seriousness. The important question is, how do we ensure equitable access? The shortage of the H1N1 vaccine in 2009 or the recent shortage of protective equipment is a vivid reminder that inequity and delays can have deadly consequences. Before Gavi's market-shaping efforts, lower-income countries received new vaccines on an average of 7 years interval later than wealthier ones. The world cannot afford to follow this path for COVID-19 vaccines. A recent study from Northeastern University makes clear the consequences of rich countries. If they monopolize COVID-19 vaccines, it could cause twice as many deaths as distributing them equally. In today's interconnected world, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Viruses do not respect borders. So it is therefore in the interest of the world and of rich countries themselves that all countries, including poor countries, get equal access and fair access to this vaccine. For this purpose, Gavi has been instrumental in bringing forward the concept of the COVAX facility, a global procurement mechanism for COVID-19 vaccines. The COVAX facility is pooling demand and purchasing power of 189 economies to make investments across a broad portfolio of promising vaccine candidates so that at-scale manufacturing happens expeditiously and rapid access to safe and efficacious vaccines is enabled as soon as they receive regulatory approval. Guided by an allocation framework being developed by WHO, the COVAX facility will then equitably distribute these doses to help health workers and at-risk groups in all participating economies. Within the COVAX facility, Gavi is coordinating the development and implementation of the COVAX AMC, the financing instrument that will support procurement and supply of COVID-19 vaccines for 92 lower middle and low income economies which do not have the required fiscal space. The COVAX AMC ensures that disparities in national income levels do not inhibit the goal of equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. The COVAX AMC will build on Gavi's 2 decades of experience of mobilizing resources to deliver life-saving vaccines to more than half of the world's population, including the hardest to reach communities. What is so unique about COVAX is that vaccines will be made available to people in all participating economies, rich or poor, at the same time, with almost 1 billion of these doses made available to people in the 92 poorest ones through the AMC. Never before has a life-saving health intervention against such a global health threat been made available to people in the global north and south simultaneously at such speed. When the moment comes, this will be the single largest and most rapid global vaccine deployment we have ever seen. Kicking off the AMC, however, requires a seed funding of at least $2 billion by the end of 2020, with an additional $5 billion needed by 2021. The funding will be spent largely on the procurement of vaccines, but also on logistics and technical support required for their successful rollout. So far, we have raised over $2 billion of our $7 billion target for 2021, which represents approximately 25% of what we need in total. We urgently need to raise an additional $5 billion by the end of the year to ensure equitable distribution of these vaccines to those who need them. The other paramount question is how to deliver COVID-19 vaccines at unprecedented scale and speed in countries that suffer from weak health systems. Effective delivery of these vaccines would require careful cataloging of priority groups, augmentation of cold chain, including provision of ultra cold chain in some cases, training of health workers in new protocols, and building of public trust in COVID-19 vaccines. In an atmosphere of growing misinformation and rumors and effective monitoring and surveillance, it is against this backdrop that I would like to talk about how digital technology can play a role in ensuring that vaccine is available and delivered to all. In many Gavi-supported countries, we have observed that barriers to technology access have fallen dramatically, as symbolized by the growing penetration of mobile phones and smartphones. At the same time, there has been a widening gap between the availability of digital tools and the slow uptake and integration into health systems. We have often asked at Gavi how we can create a platform to source and scale innovative solutions. The goal is to leverage digital technology to leapfrog current systems and to reach those who really at the highest risk of dying from diseases. Recognizing that innovative solutions often come from startups, we launched in 2016 a very exciting initiative called Infuse, which stands for Innovation for Uptake, Scale, and Equity in Immunization. Infuse helps improve vaccine delivery systems by connecting high-impact, proven innovations with countries that need them most. Let me share an example of what we have been able to achieve with Infuse. A frequent problem in the vaccine supply chain, as you might be aware, is the lack of real-time data to manage storage and delivery of vaccine. We have therefore partnered with the pace setter Logistimo to strengthen supply chain to connect remote communities with reliable access to vaccines. Logistimo's technology helps health workers manage vaccine inventories, avoid expiry in stockouts, and through the use of predictive analytics, orchestrate optimal decisions across the supply chain. The focus is on empowering last mile health workers by simplifying tracking and reporting, all while contributing to a broader web of real-time data that helps providers make better decisions. Logistimo currently runs Gavi-sponsored projects in Angola and Senegal, and provides technology for 2 other projects in India and Indonesia. We are hopeful that this solution could be also applicable to the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines. Let's now take a look at a very short but interesting video.
La gestion des stocks est un critère très important de la gestion efficace des vaccins, mais nous notons que les outils traditionnellement utilisés tels que les registres de stock ou les bons de commande manuels ne permettent pas d'avoir une situation à temps réel des stocks. Ils ne permettent pas de collecter l'information ou de la traiter, que ce soit l'information sur les stocks ou l'information sur les approvisionnements.
À l'arrivée du logistique, donc on note une véritable amélioration par rapport aux gestions des stocks, des vaccins et des consommables.
So you just watched this interesting video, but I would want to emphasize that even the most innovative solution is bound to fail if it is not adapted to local context and needs, or is not understood and owned by communities. Technology is essential, but not enough by itself. Therefore, we assess the value of digital innovations from the lens of 3 V's that have to come together to make immunization possible. These 3 V's are the vaccine, the vaccinator, and the vaccinee. Without any one of these 3 V's, vaccination does not happen. On vaccine, Gavi has a team that looks into how innovation around vaccine-related technologies has the potential to transform immunization reach and its delivery. These include heat-stable vaccines, microarray patches, and barcoding. On vaccinator, using mobile learning, we empower vaccinators through comprehensive training to strengthen the efforts of frontline health workers engaged in routine immunization. This has been particularly effective during the pandemic, where lockdowns and physical distancing measures require new ways of preparing frontline health workers with digital tools without relying on in-person instruction. On vaccines, we work with caregivers to sensitize them about the importance of vaccination and develop novel ways of reaching populations. Only half of children under 5 in sub-Saharan Africa are currently registered at birth, leaving many without an official identity. This makes it difficult for health practitioners to ensure these infants are identified, reached, and get the vaccines that they need at the right time. We therefore work with ID 2020, whose representative is also with us today, to leverage biometric technology such as fingerprint matching or facial recognition to uniquely identify children. This allows us to link children with accurate and complete immunization record, which could be then used for other health or education interventions. We have also seen that people often lose vaccination cards, making it difficult for caregivers to keep track of vaccination schedules. In response, we developed a solution with a private sector partner that automatically reminds caregivers of the next vaccination through SMS-based on electronic immunization registry. While the COVID-19 vaccine is at the forefront of our minds today, I cannot stress enough the importance of continuing innovative engagement with vaccinators and vaccinees. For the last mile health delivery to succeed, we must include vaccinators and vaccinees in program design, and they must be empowered to own the solution, as I said earlier. As I've described, we already have effective technology solutions. The question now is how to transpose them to the COVID-19 response and rapidly scale them up. For us to harness the power of technology for real impact, we need to be agile and quick, but also collaborative and inclusive. Together, we'll be able to put an end to the COVID-19 pandemic and continue protecting the world from vaccine-preventable diseases. Finally, I want to emphasize the need for us to work with the private sector, leveraging the expertise, energy, and ingenuity that drives vaccine development, provides innovative solutions to health system challenges. We also rely on the financial resources of the private sector to support the low-income countries to quickly respond to the pandemic and bring business back to normal. Gavi has a matching fund which can match contributions from corporations and their employees, foundations, and other organizations. The value of private sector financing is measured by us not only by the volume of funding provided, but by the speed with which it can be made available and by its catalytic nature and value. And time is of the essence for us. This crisis illustrates the necessity of global cooperation and the value of public and private partnership. No single country will be able to declare victory over COVID-19 until we have a workable pathway to control it everywhere. No one organization or company can tackle all the challenges we currently face ahead of us. I'm deeply proud that Gavi as an alliance and with its partners have proved that this type of collaboration is still possible. I would like to thank Professor Ramesh Rasker and the MIT Media Lab for this opportunity. And please feel free to reach out to us if you have the right ideas, technology solutions, or the financial resources to support countries in fighting this global pandemic. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Anuradha. And I do hope that social entrepreneurs listening would heed your call to kind of pivot and think about this challenge. Thank you again. Let me invite Mr. Love Agrawal, who's the Joint Secretary for Health Ministry of India, and you probably see him all the time being at the forefront of this pandemic in India and also at international stages. Love Agrawal.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, Professor Devroy from MIT, Professor Lawrence, Mrs. Anuradha Gupta, Deputy CEO Gavi, all other participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually very happy to be part of this conference today on a very crucial discourse, Vaccines for All, COVID-19 Digital Tools to Empower Citizens. With December on the calendar, we as global community have been engaged in a prolonged battle against COVID-19 pandemic for the better part of the year. While lives have been lost, but we have also seen resilience, hope, and selflessness amongst people, organizations, and nations. India represents a major proportion of the world population as well as disease burden, and hence our challenges during management of this pandemic were also unique, and our response to that extent had to be curated, keeping in mind its vast population, diversity, and the federal governance structure. Since the onset of pandemic, India had followed a proactive, preemptive, graded, whole of government and whole of society approach for the pandemic. These included surveillance at point of entry and in community, ensuring adequate testing, health infrastructure upgradation, ensuring logistics like oxygen, personal protection equipment, and N95 masks, etc., capacity augmentation for healthcare work staff, and effective risk communication. We initiated our response much ahead of other countries in the world in terms of the fact that we had our first joint monitoring group under the Director General of Health Services sitting as early as 8th of January. Despite various constraints, effective planning, strategic management, and a robust institutional mechanism has enabled India to keep its cases and deaths per million one of the lowest among the most affected countries, including the developed world. India has a cases per million of 7,068 and deaths per million of 103, which is 1/7 and 1/9 of the US respectively. With strong focus on clinical management and monitoring comorbidities, our fatality rate today stands at 1.45%, vis-a-vis global average of 2.25%. That is much below the global average. Government had constituted a group of ministers under Honorable Health Minister for continuous engagement with states, and this also provided necessary guidance under the overall supervision of our Honorable Prime Minister. As we are inching closer toward the final stages of vaccine availability and diversity delivery, ensuring success in this area would be another mammoth task. India's world-class research institutes are presently at the forefront of our endeavor towards vaccine research and large-scale production. At present, out of 260 vaccine candidates in different stages of development globally, 9 potential vaccines, including 3 indigenous ones as well, are scheduled to be manufactured in India, of which 3 are in preclinical stage and 6 are in various stages of clinical trial. With the help of India's apex regulator, the Drug Controller of India, and Indian Council of Medical Research, we are ensuring that there is no compromise on scientific and regulatory norms, stretching from safety to efficacy while vaccines are given emergency use authorization. There is a vaccine task force and national expert group on vaccine administration for COVID-19 to provide technical guidance on procurement, identification of priority population groups, and they have accordingly prioritized healthcare workers and frontline workers to be covered in initial phase, besides people above 50 years of age as priority age group. India has always prided itself for its pharmaceutical and vaccination manufacturing industry. We have also been called the pharmacy to the world. Under our universal immunization program, India already takes approximately 12 million immunization sessions per year, covering 29 million pregnant women and 26 million infants. We already have an IT platform to manage logistics of vaccine supply chain and the cold chain management electronically through our 28,000 cold chain points. However, COVID-19 vaccinations will require India to scale up its overall infrastructure and digital management capacities. We are accordingly ensuring additional logistic requirements so as to have minimal impact parallelly on our existing healthcare services, especially national programs and primary care, including routine immunization. We will require flexible technology solutions across the entire gamut of vaccine inventory management, temperature monitoring, and tracking up to beneficiary level for multiple of millions of doses of vaccines around the country. These technology solutions are required to ensure effective transparency in distribution and need to have inclusivity and equitable access as part of its management. Throughout our COVID response, India has focused on incorporating digital interventions as part of our management strategy. From Arogya Setu, which has been already downloaded 166 million times across the country and is the most downloadable app in the world presently for self-evaluation, we have utilized Itihar, which is leveraging the call data records of all the people who are part of Arogya Setu application for detecting evolving clusters of cases. Indian Council of Medical Research portal and COVID-19 India portal, supported by application mobile apps such as RT-PCR and facility app, serves as a repository of field data and enables us to take data-driven decisions and plan our interventions. Dear colleagues, when we shift our focus now to enhance service delivery of COVID vaccine, I am happy to highlight that India has developed a real-time digital platform for COVID-19 vaccination delivery called CoWIN, that is COVID winning over COVID. This platform will account for different cold storage requirements of multiple types of vaccines, 2 or more dose adherence, and certification for vaccine recipients. It enables end-to-end beneficiary management, allows citizens to self-register and monitor their vaccination schedules. It also provides SMS in 14 different Indian languages to citizens across the various parts of their vaccine distribution processes. It also has a mobile app for each and every vaccinator in the country, through which the digital logging in of the vaccination process during the site will take place. Besides this, there is a proper digital tool to create vaccine sessions as per the priority criteria. And in the end, as has been mentioned by other people also, there's a QR code based.
Let's bring Love back when he's online. So let me introduce Susan Blumenthal, who's going to introduce our next two speakers.
Thanks so much, Ramesh. Well, many legal and ethical issues have arisen surrounding mass COVID-19 vaccination, including ensuring equitable vaccine distribution, how to protect patient privacy, whether vaccination should be mandatory, and certification methods for proving a person's vaccination history. To discuss these important issues with us, I'm delighted to introduce a renowned international scholar, Professor Larry Gostin. He serves as director of both the O'Neill Institute for National and Global Health Law at Georgetown University and the World Health Organization's Collaborating Center on Public Health Law and Human Rights. Larry, we're so pleased to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Susan. I'm really delighted to be here with you and to join MIT in this really seminal conference. I've only got 7 minutes and I've got a whole lot to cover, so forgive me. I thought the best way to organize my talk in 7 minutes, covering a lot of different topics, is to do it sequentially. The important thing here is that yesterday, the US Food and Drug Administration's advisory panel voted in an historic vote recommending that the US FDA approve the first COVID-19 vaccine, which is a messenger RNA vaccine devised by Pfizer and BioNTech. This is a vaccine that's been shown to be highly effective at 95% efficacy, and is really a remarkable day in American life. We now have 3 stringent regulators around the world, the UK, soon the US, and Canada, that have given emergency use authorization for this Pfizer vaccine. So I think we do have to, give credit where it's due. Operation Warp Speed through the research and development phase was successful. And in addition, I just want to recognize and say how proud I am of the US FDA. It's been under enormous political pressure, which is, in my view, the worst of America. But our public health institutions and our science is the best of America. And the FDA is an institution that bended during this pandemic, if you think about hydroxychloroquine and other events, but they never broke. And the level of transparency and rigor with which they granted an EUA for this vaccine is really, truly commendable. The next stage, of course, will be in the months to come to get a full biologics license when the product is shown to be both safe, effective, and pure. So it turns out that we probably have a really good vaccine, but it's only the very beginning. The hard work is still to come. And let me take you through the sequential part of this. The first is that we're going to have vaccine scarcity, and we're going to have significant scarcity over the next several months and possibly well into the summer. That being the case, we're going to have ethical priorities for who gets the vaccine first. For this, the CDC, through the National Vaccine Advisory Committee, is going to be making recommendations and has begun to make recommendations about the equitable distribution. I think quite appropriately, they've recommended that health workers are first in line, along with residential long-term care facilities for the elderly. These are two vulnerable spots. I also see people with serious comorbidities and age being prioritized. I wrote an article for JAMA about whether or not we should prioritize socially disadvantaged and economically disadvantaged. I believe we should. There's also, I think, a strong case for prioritizing Black Americans and other ethnic and racial minorities who've suffered 4 times the rate of COVID hospitalizations and deaths as the rest of us. And so these are all really important priorities. These priorities, however, will be set in real time and implemented through state, local, and tribal health departments. And that's where most of the action is going to take. We're going to need massive funding for these health agencies to roll out the vaccine, because they face enormous problems of delivery. This is going to be one of the most immense, if not the most immense, modern vaccination campaign of our lifetimes, following on, I think, from 2 other major campaigns, which was the polio immunization campaign, and of course, the smallpox eradication campaign and the current polio eradication campaign. This is going to be particularly challenging because the early messenger RNA vaccines, particularly the Pfizer one, requires deep cold storage of minus 70 degrees Celsius. The Moderna one about 20 degrees minus Celsius. And the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine, which can be delivered through normal cold storage that all childhood vaccination systems around the world have, is running into difficulties, certainly difficulties with the US regulator, and perhaps difficulties throughout. And I can go into that later if that's helpful. This is also a 2-dose vaccine, so we're going to have to keep track of who's had which dose and to get it into people's arms. There's enormous amount of vaccine hesitancy in the United States, estimated at between 50 to 60% of the population that say that they would get the vaccine, which leads a large reservoir of people who are hesitant. So we're going to need a clear plan, a vaccination communication and a literacy plan. We're going to need funding for logistics to get state and local health departments the money and the infrastructure that they need to actually deliver this vaccine. I also want to mention the digital side of this, because in order to actually function and deliver all these vaccines, trace who's got the vaccine, who's next in line, who gets the second dose, we're going to need fairly sophisticated data systems and probably national data systems, since people move from state to state. There's been an extraordinarily high level of concern about privacy implications of these data systems that I think we need to think about a lot. The first question is, does the federal government need identifiable data, or can it be used, or can they cope with unique identifiers or other aggregate data? This is kind of playing out what happened in the early days of the AIDS pandemic about named reporting of persons living with HIV/AIDS, particularly named reporting for HIV positive test results. We're going to have to create firewalls. To me, the public good of good data systems is a very important consideration. and that we need these data systems to make sure that all of us stay healthy and safe, and particularly poor, rural, disadvantaged communities, that they get the vaccines that they need. But we need firewalls to make sure that these are not used for immigration, law enforcement, employment, or in any way that might embarrass the individual. Public health agencies have very good track records on keeping data private and secure, but we need to make sure that there are legislative guarantees of privacy, and that will boost public trust. I want to have just two more quick things I want to say. There's been a lot of discussion about once we get, full biologics license for this vaccine, might we mandate it? States legally could mandate it, probably ethically could, but the question is whether or not it would create a backlash. Currently in the United States, all 50 states require childhood vaccinations. Only one requires an adult vaccination, and that was only this year when Massachusetts, fearing a dual epidemic of influenza and COVID-19, mandated the influenza vaccine. Supreme Court has said it was lawful. The question is whether it would be effective or whether it would actually make people more distrustful. At the moment, I don't think we should be considering mandating COVID-19 vaccines. I can foresee, however, that there may be employers, universities, and others that might mandate the vaccine as a condition of work to get our economy up, safely running. The EEOC has said that this was lawful in relation to influenza vaccines, as long as there was a religious and disability exemption. They're currently considering the same kind of reasoning for COVID-19. I kind of expect them to come to the same kinds of conclusions, but employers are going to have to make smart choices to keep their fellow employees safe and their customers safe, and to do so maintaining the confidence of the public. I was part of a research group that did a global survey of vaccine hesitancy, and there was a certain amount of lack of trust, both in governments mandating vaccines and in employers. So we're going to have to navigate this well. I'm going to end by talking about something that's really important to this conference, but hasn't been really talked about much in America. We've talked about equity in the United States, but it's really important to talk about global equity. Every human being on this planet has an equal worth, has an equal chance, a fair chance to be healthy. It would be catastrophic from an ethical point of view if we had a two-speed world where Europe, North America, parts of Asia were up, their economies were up and running, their people were safe, but people in sub-Saharan Africa, the Indian subcontinent, Latin America were left behind, their economies sagging, their political systems weak, their people dying. This is going to be not just the greatest question of equity in our lifetimes, but it's also an important matter for national security and also for national prosperity. Because as long as we cannot be safe unless people are safe everywhere, clusters of cases will reseed here. We need robust trading partners. We need robust diplomatic and political partners. It's sad to say the United States so far has not participated in the COVAX facility. I fully expect the Biden administration to do that, would recommend that they do it. We've seen a lot of vaccine nationalism, including from the US, UK, Europe, Canada, and other countries. We need to make vaccines fully affordable and a global public good so that we waive intellectual property rights during this pandemic, and we grant licenses for companies in India and other engines, pharmaceutical engines in low and middle income countries to actually get this vaccine out in enough doses with enough vaccine infrastructure that we can vaccinate the world. this is the greatest moral challenge of our generation. And we're in the grips of a pandemic. There's so much we can do. We can see an amazing vaccine. We started a year ago with the most awesome force of human nature, a tiny microscopic organism that literally gripped the world and controlled every person on the planet within weeks or months. A year later, we have an equal force of humanity, which is the force of science. But we need to use that force of science with compassion, with equity, and with justice. And with that, we can come together and really show the world that we're together in this, all of us, the rich, the poor, wherever we live. Thank you very much for the privilege of being here with you. And I'll turn it over back to you, Susan, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Larry, for that extremely important talk, for raising so many of the legal, ethical, and moral considerations of vaccine, and talking about how we are all connected, we're all interdependent against this invisible enemy, and also with the celebration of science, the steps forward to ensure equitable and just deployment of this life-saving tool. Well, now to build on this discussion and to discuss with us the urgent need for global coordination, equity, and innovation in COVID-19 vaccination efforts, I am very honored to introduce our next plenary speaker, Dr. Victor Zhao, the distinguished president of the National Academy of Medicine, who also serves as the vice chair of the National Research Council. Dr. Zhao previously served as the chancellor of Duke University, as well as the president and CEO of the Duke University Health System. He is an internationally acclaimed leader and scientist whose pioneering innovative work has significantly improved healthcare in the United States and around the world. Dr. Zhao, welcome.
Thank you very much, Susan, for inviting me. And it's great to follow my friend, Larry Gostin. He's actually set the stage for a lot of my talk, which will actually talk about how the world is coming together in terms of vaccine development and equitable access. May I have the first slide, please? So I think by now, everybody knows, next slide. Next slide, please. By now, everybody knows about the Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca. Suffice to say that yesterday, the advisory panel of FDA recommended emergency authorization for the Pfizer vaccine. And of course, next week, we'll hear the Moderna vaccine. As been said by others, this is really, I think, evidence for the impressive development of science and the science impact and what we're doing. If you look at the lower right corner of the slide, the Pfizer vaccine, from 69 days from knowing the viral sequence in January to first starting phase 1, 15 weeks to finish phase 1, 11 weeks to finish phase 2, 300 days to finish phase 3, and 10 months altogether from concept to results. It's really, really impressive, and the first time ever that an mRNA vaccine reached clinical application. Left side shows you all the amazing platforms, which I will not have time to go into. Suffice to say, there are now 214 candidates, 13 in phase 3, 11 in phase 2. Next slide. So I think, as Larry said, credit has to go to US in the way it's organizing the whole issue of vaccine end to end, starting from research all the way to eventual procurement. And now, of course, we're into allocation delivery. ACTIV, run by NIH, is a public-private partnership that includes, in fact, industry. And Warp Speed will include these components, particularly using BARDA as an interface with private industry to make many of the deals that you hear today. What I think is impressive is not only this is a good, well-organized machinery, but in fact, it has spent initially $10 billion by Congress, but by now probably $18 billion. I want to emphasize that because as we talk about global equity, There's no such machinery in the world that's like the US. And US is an island. And for the rest of the world, the countries don't have the capability, don't have the dollars and firepower to do this. Therefore, we have to do it all together. Next slide. So early in the outbreak, by March, the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, on which I serve, we called for $8 billion to support vaccines, drugs, diagnostic. You have to at least raise $8 billion. And we're fortunate, my good friend Ursula von der Leyen, the president of EC, hosted a global pledging event that raised $18 billion. But even then, as you hear, is not enough. Around the same time in April, people came together to say the only way we can conquer this by accelerating the tools, but also achieving equity, is to create a coalition, if you will, collaboration of all the players in this field. Because to date, everybody plays separately. But the world is not going to be able to address this without coming together, given the fact, as you heard from Anuruddha, that there are many poor countries and also middle-income countries and others, that none of them will have the research capacity or the finances to make the many deals. Next slide. So what happened is that unprecedented volunteering of coming together of CEPI, which is the organization which I serve on the board that in fact is into vaccine and development and research. To Gavi, you heard from Dr. Gupta, that is looking at procurement for the poor countries, to WHO, to Global Fund that looks at HIV, TB, malaria, FIND, World Bank, UNITAID, all coming together voluntarily. And I was very fortunate to be involved with this very early discussion and formation of what is known now as ACT Accelerator. Next slide. ACT Accelerator today is a, shall we say, a lightly governed organization, because nobody wants to create another multinational agency. But what's successful is bringing together the many groups to address vaccine, therapeutics, and diagnostic, as you see in this slide, the three pillars, and also health system connector. The council oversees this, which is made of WHO, European Commission, some G20 countries, and Gates Foundation, Wellcome Trust, and others. And is coordinated by a coordinating hub overseen by the principals or steering group, which I serve. I think it's important, if you look at this slide, the left side that says really the purpose is to do end-to-end. So no longer are we separately looking at research or manufacturing or procurement, but coming together, all together, to find ways to move all those from one end to the other for vaccine therapeutics and diagnostics. Next slide. So the goal of ACT Accelerator is to have 2 billion doses by the end of 2021, because we're certainly thinking about how can we reach every single country, rich or poor, and 245 million doses of therapeutics by mid-2021, and of course 500 million tests by mid-2021 in diagnostics. I don't have time to go over this, but it's only been existing for 7 months, but we work every single week between the weeks of people who run different organizations, as I said, CEPI, Global Fund, WHO, but together try to solve the problem, whereby you can identify the promising vaccines, design the clinical trials, being able to actually get into relationship with companies to actually do risk manufacturing, to get into procuring doses, and then ultimately allocation and distribution. Next slide. So this is great. So therefore, a lot of vaccine candidates I already talked about, and also dexamethasone, the therapeutics that came out from the trials, and others. But as Anuruddha said, there's a real problem because there's vaccine nationalism. About 10% of the world's population of rich countries cornered well over 60% of all the vaccines, if not more. So even if a smaller rich countries like UK, Japan, Singapore, etc., Singapore population of 5.28 million, don't have the resources to be like United States. And as Larry said, United States has stayed out of this, which I believe is a big mistake. But however, people have come together, and the vaccine pillar called COVAX, as you heard from Dr. Gupta, has brought together self-financing countries, those countries who can't be like United States, but they've come together. Norway, UK, Germany, Japan, you name it. So that's 92 economies for the poor countries and through Gavi, and some 90-some economies now, as she said, 189 economies from self-funding. That includes middle-income countries, rich-income countries, together as to pool its ability resource to procure and to allow risk manufacturing, etc. So the good news is 7 billion people now are covered by these countries coming together. Next slide. But so far, we've received 1 billion doses. We still have 2 billion, 1 billion to go. And that's not enough, of course, to cover the rest of the world. This slide shows you the finance gap is still huge. Despite the raising $8 billion, you can see in the right corner, and particularly the third column, we still have $38 billion to fill to close in vaccines, therapeutic, diagnostic, and health systems. And particularly if you look at where we are today, after all the fundraising, there's still a $28 billion gap. As you heard, for vaccine, there's 1 billion for this year and 7 billion for next year to be able to reach 2 billion doses. Next slide. So I think the major issue I want to talk about here ending is to say we really need to raise money. And the problem right now is the donor assistance model. You hand in hand, you go to people to pledge for money. And I do think we need a sustainable mechanism for the future that's reliable and predictable. We need to engage all countries to work together. This is called multilateralism from nationalism. And of course, the issue that Larry and us talk about globally, and Dr. Gupta, is how to roll out vaccines in many different countries. How do you have equitable distribution and public trust? These are substantial issues. And I guess we'll come back to the later panel. I'll talk about some of these issues in more details. Next slide. With regards to digital technology and data, I think you're well aware of the capabilities that you see over here, in particular applying for contact tracing, surveillance, social distancing, but now tracking the vaccine, as you heard, in terms of distribution and safety. Next slide. I think that it is true, next slide, that there's got to be a privacy firewall. I'm sorry, the slide before that. But I think, however, in our country, as in many countries, there is the lack of overarching strategy and coordination. So even as we roll out the digital technology, at least in surveillance tracking, it's state dependent. And there's no sustained financing model. So this article in Lancet calls for a high level of coordination strategies and financing in order for us to be effective altogether. Last slide. So my last slide simply says this is where we need it. We need a global coordinated end-to-end R&D preparedness response for vaccine therapeutic diagnostics. And Accelerator has started this way, but it's only supposed to exist for 2 years. It's not really strongly governed, and it's been really good, but what happens after COVID? We need a strategy and coordination of public health interventions and digital innovations. There's a lot of innovations, entrepreneurism. You hear it in this whole meeting. But who is, in fact, pulling this together in our country and at the state level, perhaps, and how do we coordinate and really apply it and collect the data that we need? We need multilateralism, and we need sustainable financing. So I will speak a little bit more in the panel on some of these details. Suffice to say that we still have a long way to go, despite the somewhat optimistic presentation of Anuradha and Larry and others. I think the last mile is huge. Lots of information not known, but even the early miles of getting enough financing and sustainability is still there. What happens after COVID? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zhao, for an excellent presentation and for really giving us a recipe for how to move forward in terms of a roadmap for equity, for innovation, for collaboration across our country and the world. Well, now we're moving into our first panel of the conference. We have a very distinguished group of experts to discuss issues related to how we're going to assess health outcomes following mass vaccination in our country and globally. The panel will focus on challenges including ensuring equity, second dose adherence, monitoring side effects, measuring the duration of the immune response, and determining medical contraindications to vaccine use. We will also discuss opportunities to modernize the public health response with digital technology solutions and how citizen-centric tools are critical to this approach. Well, it is a great pleasure that I introduce our experts to you. A global vaccine expert and policy leader who brings decades of experience to our discussion, Dr. Bruce Gellin currently serves as President of Global Immunization at the Sabin Vaccine Institute. Dr. Gellin previously served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Health and Director of the National Vaccine Program Office at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We are so honored again to welcome Dr. Victor Zhao, who I mentioned is the Distinguished President of the National Academy of Medicine and Vice Chair of the National Research Council, who provided plenary remarks earlier at this conference. Dr. Zhao previously served as Chancellor of Duke University and President and CEO of the Duke University Health System. He is an internationally acclaimed leader and scientist whose pioneering work has significantly improved healthcare in the United States and globally. I am also very pleased to introduce my colleague, Dr. Josh Sarfstein, who is the Vice Dean for Practice at Johns Hopkins. He is a professor there. He previously served as Principal Deputy Commissioner of the FDA, and he also served as the Director of the Maryland Public Health Department and the Baltimore Health Department. And he brings an extraordinary amount of pioneering public health leadership to our discussion. And our last panelist will be Dr. Nundi. He is a practicing primary care physician in safety net hospitals. He's an entrepreneur, a technology wizard. He served as the digital health leader at the World Bank Group, and currently he serves as the Chief Digital Officer for Accolade, a group that is bringing digital services to 2 million working Americans. So I want to begin with a first question. Dr. Gellin, you served in the government during the anthrax attacks and H1N1 pandemic. What lessons have we learned and what technological innovations could be helpful in measuring health outcomes following mass immunization for the COVID-19 pandemic? And what are the differences in the types of vaccines? How should a person choose between them?
So I think I'm going to stick with the first part of that, given timing. We can get into the other parts later. But I think that, Susan, you raise a good point, that what we've learned before about pandemic preparedness needs to apply now, but it's a different era. I think and the focus here is on the health outcomes part. We've heard from great speakers before us about the complex logistics, global equity, and actually national equity at every level, because every country is going to have to make those decisions. Some of the privacy and some of the policy issues, but wanted to focus on the health part. And I think that's where it's important to remember that vaccines are unique, that they provide protection to an individual and provide a protection to a community. So when we think about health outcomes, we should think about both of those. What can we learn about the individual health outcomes and the community as well? We've also seen, and we heard many times about the FDA Advisory Committee last night. It was just in time for the national news. Every network had B-roll footage of trains, planes, automobiles, vials, dry ice, monitoring. You got it. All about logistics. But at the end of the road, the logistics is about what Anurada was talking about, that last mile, because it has to turn into a vaccination. So from a health perspective, you've highlighted some of the things we have to continue to learn, things that we didn't learn in the clinical trials. And so I guess I'll start with thinking about how do we think more about digital clinical trials? We'll put that out there as a topic broadly, but I think how we can certainly learn a lot from what's happened now on how we can modernize clinical trials and make them more efficient. We do have many more questions to learn, for which there's going to be a lot of need, for which there are digital solutions. Determining the duration of protection. We don't know that yet. We're going to need to. A critical question is understanding whether this vaccine blocks transmission. So it's another set of studies for which we can overlay a set of digital tools to come up with some of those solutions. And probably most important question that's been looming for a long time is about safety and the degree to which we have ongoing safety monitoring systems in addition to those that what we saw in the clinical trials, to make sure that the vaccine continues to perform in real world settings as we expect it to based on the clinical trials. And that probably is maybe the most important place, because that's what people are concerned about the most, the degree to which we can have some of the solutions for that to get real-time answers, particularly in trying to discover if there are rare but serious adverse events that we haven't seen before. And those are the same things we need to learn about. And then finally, we need a better system to understand vaccination coverage. Right now, it's for routine things, it's done by phone calls, the National Immunization Survey. Clearly, that needs to be modernized, for which this audience has great solutions. And that will also give us perhaps a real-time answer to this, mythical herd immunity, which is we all know it's real and it's there when you see it, but how can we determine when we're there? So I think that's another piece that we'll be able to learn. And I encourage this audience to think about how your various tools will help us answer some of those many questions. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Bruce, for setting the stage for us and really challenging our audience to think through some of the important digital solutions that they could bring to these processes. Dr. Sharfstein, as a leader at the FDA in previous administrations, can you walk us through the FDA's processes for authorizing these various vaccines? How does the FDA think about the standards to use? And as we witnessed yesterday, the United States is the only country that opens up the approval procedures for public comments. How does this transparency help or impede the process?
Sure, and
welcome.
Thank you, and thanks for having me, Dr. Blumenthal. It's great to be with such a distinguished group of panelists here. This is an unprecedented situation because the pandemic is unprecedented, so there's never been anything quite like this. There's no cookbook the FDA just pulls out. The FDA had to write it this time. And as Lawrence Gostin said, the FDA did a very good job in the face of some political pressure otherwise to articulate and make public standards for both safety and effectiveness to guide clinical trials to the point where you could have such a robust set of data to be presented yesterday. And then based on that, the FDA is going to look at the data on efficacy, which was very strong, the data on safety, and is, as it announced, planning to authorize the vaccine. I think that there will also be a lot of instructions in that authorization that will get a little bit more granular about, for example, how to think about the vaccine for specific populations, who shouldn't be vaccinated right at the beginning, and other things like that. So I think the agency is set up to not only make good decisions for where we are right now, but also explain them well, which gets to your question about transparency. I think I'm particularly happy to see the FDA have this advisory committee. Now, some people may look at it and go, well, people had all kinds of ideas. Some people who spoke were mistaken. That may be true, but it's also true that it gives a chance for the world and a lot of people in the United States, a lot of medical professionals, a lot of people who legitimately have questions to really see the data and hear how some of the best experts in the world think about the data and can bring different pieces of the puzzle together to explain their judgment and insight. And people at FDA particularly have tremendous judgment and insight. And I think that in the end, that will make the understanding of the vaccine within the medical community and beyond much stronger. So I still think there's a lot for FDA to do in terms of explaining itself, being rapid in responding to questions as they come up. Dr. Gellin did such a good job explaining the critical tasks ahead. We don't know everything about the vaccine, and we're going to learn. And it's really important for the agency to continue to be forthright, bring in external advisors when necessary. That's really going to build the confidence, I think, that will make this vaccine program a success.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sharfstein. I think coming from you, this notion that the FDA really will build public trust and healthcare provider trust. I think that's such an important word here across all the various populations, whether it's physicians, administering, whether it's the public, getting vaccinated. And this will be, a challenge, which brings me to Dr. Zhao. You've talked about key issues related to equity. We need to, as has been discussed earlier in the conference, how are we going to distribute these vaccines? And importantly, then, how are we going to measure outcomes, medical outcomes in our country, in diverse states, rural communities, underserved communities, and also around the world, in the developing world? Are there innovations that help us track these developments across the United States and world? And if not, the National Academy of Sciences is very well positioned to think through an innovation agenda. Your thoughts on this?
Yes, I said earlier that the last mile is actually a very difficult mile. If you think to begin with, we probably end up being able to have about 20 million Americans vaccinated by the end of the year, maybe 50 million by January. So there's going to be limited doses. And the first issue is who's going to get it first, second, and third. And as you know, the CDC and National Academy have come up with a framework that really looks at vulnerability and trying to protect the people most vulnerable. So I think we all agree they're frontline workers, elderly in nursing homes. But when you begin to get into the broader population, such as high-risk communities of color, people with comorbidities, it's not clear to date because these allocation are guidelines, and it's up to the state how to implement them. And as the vaccine get down to the state, to the jurisdictions, it will have to be therefore determined how to actually implement the allocation framework. And I think the decision of whether you look at counties and population with high risk or looking at individual information is still not clear. So there's a lot of work to be done. I think the easier one would be nursing home and others. So you do need, in fact, good also tracking ability to look at, the information, who's vaccinated, and what's the long-term outcome. I think the other issue is safety. The approved vaccines have only 2 months of safety data, and of each population, about 20,000 vaccinated. And as you know, you won't see the rare Guillain-Barré and other side effect until millions are being vaccinated. So the tracking of safety is really important. Now, CDC does have vSafe, and they use a surveillance system, and now they're introducing into smartphones for those individuals who can report their own symptoms, etc. But still, there's a need for the ability to validate the data, to collect it, centralize it. You heard about the issue of identifiable data and the issue of privacy. But at the same time, we need that data to be able to know at each state and nationally whether we're making progress. What's the outcome? What's the safety? So I believe there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gellin, there are multiple vaccine platforms that will be available to the consumer. How will individuals, states decide which platform, which type of vaccine to use? What will be the benefits of each? How will we track this? How does digital technology help us? I saw this morning that Australia was withdrawing its vaccine candidate that it was developing there in that country because some of the participants tested HIV positive falsely. How can these be, these decisions be made? And how can technology, help assess these health outcomes?
Well, it's a series of complex questions. I'll start though with the supply. What we're focusing on now is the initial vaccine that's going to soon be available to start the vaccination program. There are others in the pipeline, as Josh talked about the approval process. The Vaccine Advisory Committee is going to meet every time in public, so I have a chance to look at that. And I'm sure they'll be having those same kind of conversations to try to think of, are there differences between the vaccines which make them better for some populations than others? In the near term, I think it's going to be mostly about supply. And until that changes, people won't have a lot of choice because the distribution will be of the vaccine that's available. That may change later on. And again, as we learn more about the differences of the different vaccines and how they may perform, they may be better for some than others.
Great. And I saw that the UK was thinking about mixing up the vaccines. Can you talk about that? You know, giving doses of one and doses of the other. What would
that would be the worst thing to take out of context. That would sound horrible.
Okay.
There'll be a lot of mixing up that goes on, but it's probably not that. What they're talking about is what we've thought about this before is when there are different vaccines in the system that are available, and we know that they require 2 doses. We don't currently know whether getting a dose from Pfizer followed by a dose from Moderna gives you the appropriate immune response. We can guess, but we shouldn't be guessing. We should know. But because there is the potential that based on supplies, you might get one vaccine initially, and then what's available is different, it'll be critically important to know how they perform when you have these so-called mix and matches. So I think that is really an intentional science project, if you will, to make sure that as we have more vaccines available, we know what their performance characteristics are when used in various combinations, which is likely to happen in the real world.
Well, thank you very much for your thoughtfulness on that. Dr. Nundi, there's been some concerns about top-down approaches to collecting data, vaccination data, and adverse event data from patients, as Dr. Gostin mentioned earlier in his remarks. As a health entrepreneur, do you have ideas about how to build citizen-centric systems that are focused on the needs of the end user and that would protect privacy?
Yeah, that's such an important question. I think the first part of it, tying to Dr. Zhao's comments about outcomes, there's a common saying right now that a lot of people are saying that vaccines don't save lives, vaccination saves lives. So when we talk about measuring outcomes, a lot of the outcomes we're talking about are the vaccine outcomes, right? Side effects and effectiveness, and those are super important. Equally important is outcomes around vaccination, right? What I'm talking about is the experience of getting the vaccine. Do people feel like they were properly explained what to expect? Did their side effects that they got match their expectations? Even things that are somewhat controversial in public health, like a net promoter score. How powerful would it be to be able to measure 7 days or 14 days out? Would people recommend the vaccine to friends and family, right? Because a lot of us get our knowledge and expertise from public health officials. But when you talk about the patients that I serve in inner city DC, a lot of where they get their information from is their neighbor. And so are we tracking that? Are we trying to understand whether it's being delivered at a clinic, at a CVS, or somewhere else? Are we trying to understand how that's being delivered, and how are we serving patients and making sure that they're understanding for themselves what the value of this is? To your specific question, yeah, the idea of end user design, I think, is essential, right? Like, what are the words that we're using? What is the information that we're providing people? And when it comes to things like privacy, I mean, that the transparency, that's critical. The other piece is value, right? If someone's looking at a system and saying, hey, if I call this number, if I send information in, it's going to get sucked up into the cloud somewhere, and it's going to go to the government. What's the value that I get, right? If I'm having a side effect 3 days out, and I'm saying I'm having a rash, and I just enter it into it, and the system says, well, thanks so much, and you don't hear from anybody, that's not really creating end user value. So I think what we've learned is that delivering value back. If someone's saying they have a symptom, are they getting a call from a nurse or somebody that's saying, hey, can you tell me about that symptom? So to them, what the end user is seeing is, hey, this is a tool to help me manage my symptoms. Now, on the backside of it, we could be using the data to also understand longitudinal outcomes, and we should. But if that's the only reason that we're doing this, I think you're not going to get the engagement that we ideally need and want to see. And so those are some of the things that we've learned as we've scaled some of these systems in other contexts.
Thank you. And, as in terms of your work at the World Bank, what have you seen in terms of the uptake of digital innovations, mobile phone use, in the developing world?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been incredible. I mean, I think, in the developing world, like we're looking at Africa, where I spend a lot of my time, it's the youngest continent on Earth. And for a lot of us, like for me, it's a luxury to use my phone because I also have a computer here. I have another computer here, my clinic laptop next to me. But in many contexts, phones are how people, it becomes a necessity for the lowest, for the poorest, right? It's how they bank. It's how they get work. And so we've seen it as a really transformative technology. I think some of the examples that have been really compelling. So if you look at, around this last mile issue, like organizations like Dimagi. So they've created a simple mobile phone-based app that empowers community health workers and now end users to be able to do things like diagnose and treat malaria, to follow up on women post-pregnancy, and yes, to do vaccination. And I think part of those lessons we should be reverse engineering back to the U.S. Part of what's going to be needed, I think, in the most vulnerable populations is to go door to door, telling people about the vaccine, helping them understand what the value is. They may get vaccinated at a depot where we can get scale, but I think really that sort of buy-in process might have to be a lot more local. And so how do we give a tool to community health workers or others so that they know which households to go to versus others, so we can have a really efficient process? You think about what we did to get the vote out, we should be bringing some of those tools and ideas to help get the vaccine out. I mean, ultimately, 12 months from now, when we look back and the dust is settled and we're trying to understand the success, it's all going to be about, did we get this to the right people fast enough? And I think that's all about really the way we think about equitable distribution from day one.
Susan, may I ask Shantanu a question?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, so
Shantanu, good to see you, Dr. Zhao.
Good to see you too. Good to see all my friends on the panel. So here's my worry. If you heard my talk about Accelerator, it's the players coming together to form a coordinated strategy and approach. And of course, the technology you talked about is great, lots of innovation. But I worry there's not, in fact, even within the state, a coordinated approach of saying, what will you use? Who should we use it? How do we collect the data together? So I think one of the issues has to be that some entity needs to look at the great things you guys are doing and then decide, at least for now, adopt it, use it across in a standardized way to move forward. And I worry that so much in our country, the digital world is totally decentralized. I heard earlier, of course, Ramy say it's good to be decentralized, and I kind of agree with that, but it's not good when you don't have coordination and going different directions. So can you say a word about that?
Yeah, no, well, you're absolutely correct. There's a tension between top-down centralization and decentralization, right? I think the power of decentralization is that empowerment, that local tailoring. People, will know their community well, will already have the trust established. We've heard about trust. Medicine moves at the speed of trust, but there is that need to make sure that it is coordinated and that the information is being collected. And it isn't an easy problem. Part of it comes to partnerships. Part of it comes from the role of government. I think things like developing those data standards, the APIs, the software development kits, what they can do is they can allow us to have a standard that we're using, but the end application and who the end application is used by can be much more flexible, but you're still collecting a common set of data. But I agree, it's a challenge. But I also think, especially given that speed is so critical here, we have to really understand what success is going to look like, right? Is success going to look like 12 months from now, knowing that the adverse event rate was 1% versus 1.2%? Or is success going to look like, again, 12 months from now, that we reached the people that needed to get this as soon as we possibly could and save lives? And I think in the need to prioritize, especially in the lowest income communities, on balance, I would choose more decentralization to get the vaccine out than necessarily better data collection.
Well, I think, your points are very important, Dr. Zhao. I think, the need and what's been missing in this response in many ways has been a national plan for innovation that brings all the players together to develop, a strategy. But from your perspective as well, Dr. Nundy, I think the importance of citizen-centric involvement, I thought your voting analogy was very important, that yes, there's a national strategy to get voters out. They're using various tools to do that. but ultimately it's what's going to micro-target different groups of voters to get them to express and use their own powerful voices to make a difference. And so I think there needs to be some balance between that. And I wonder, Dr. Sharfstein, I mean, you've been a very important public health leader. How do you see technology working at the community level?
Well, it's an interesting question. I really find this conversation fascinating. You know, the question that Dr. Nundy said, which is, well, we really need to look back and ask, did we reach the most vulnerable people? That's not a question that can be answered entirely in a decentralized way, right? I mean, just starting, you need data standards, but someone's got to actually look at that. Someone's got to look at the denominator of vulnerable people. Someone's got to say, well, were they reached? Were they offered? Did they get it offered near them? So this is not, I think, solvable by government alone, but it's not solvable just through, 1,000 points of light. There has to be a balance there. And I think it really requires a strong public health infrastructure to be able to work with innovators and be able to incorporate innovations in accomplishing the critical tasks of vaccination. So, I think that would, I think CDC is sort of inching its way into that with this, but there's so much more potential that could be realized. To your question, I think one of the more interesting things to me will be, as we see for sure a lot of variation around the United States and I'm sure around the world, how well are we going to be able to correlate the vaccination and the different types of vaccination success we're having with the outcomes that communities are seeing? Because the number to keep an eye on is community transmission of COVID. That's the number. That's the number that allows us to go back to our lives. If people are vaccinated, that's great. If community transmission goes down for whatever reason, then it's going to be easier for kids to go to school. It's easier for businesses to open up. It's easier for everything. So how does the vaccination approach really allow for that to happen? How does that combine with other public health strategies to allow for that to happen? We have to keep our eye on the outcome that really matters to all of us, which is fewer people in our community getting sick and dying of COVID.
Yes. Well, I think this is, a really important discussion that we're having because, as I mentioned earlier, public health, as we're rethinking and redesigning and reimagining public health infrastructure for the 21st century, public health and technology really need to come together in new ways. And I think it begins, again, with these kinds of discussions about how we bring the perspectives together at the citizen-centric level, along with the community and national levels, because I think everyone in this discussion has a very valid point about the perspectives that need to be researched and collected and analyzed in order to make sure that this massive vaccine deployment is successful. Dr. Gellin, some experts have been concerned about the potential for vaccine-enhanced disease for COVID-19 that has been previously observed, for example, with dengue, Zika, and Ebola viruses, and may have a similar mechanism in COVID-19 where the presence of a non-neutralizing antibody response could be driving more severe disease outcomes. What should be done to assess both waning immunity and enhanced disease over the next 2 years of the study period as the vaccines are rolled out?
Well, it's interesting because those are two ends of the spectrum where they meet together, the waning immunity and the enhanced disease. But essentially it boils down to what we were talking about before, is how these vaccines perform in the real world. And that's why particularly the ongoing assessment of safety, we've heard about some of the safety monitoring systems, how those have to be tuned up better than ever to be able to look for those, because what the biology there is that those who have been exposed before have some baseline immunity, and when re-exposed could have a accentuated immune response that is skewed. We need to look for those. That was discussed yesterday. That's been looked for in the clinical trials, but you'll only see that when you then subsequently encounter that, and we'll need to be keeping an eye on that one. It's a concern. Right now, it's a theoretical concern.
Okay, excellent. Dr. Zhao, as an innovation pioneer, what are your hopes for the future when it comes to digital and data innovations for measuring vaccine health outcomes in the US and globally?
Yeah, I think it's already been discussed by a number of the panelists that what we really want to be is have user-friendly, consumer friendly centered point of view that protects the privacy issue by being able to collect that information in real time. But I also feel that that information should in fact be coordinated and be able to be used to measure true outcomes. And this is where the issue about local, state, and federal becomes a really important issue to be aligned. I think technology, which is really impressive from the panelists, from the people in this meeting, need to be somehow or other feed into a national strategy, a plan, as you said. At least a state strategy followed by national strategy.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you. That's very helpful. Dr. Nundi, can you talk a little bit about some of the technologies that have, really worked in the developing world, the rise of mobile technology? How is that coordinated in terms of the inputs, tracking vaccines, for example, participatory epidemiology? How is that unfolded in the developing world for other vaccine initiatives?
Sure. I think, the most useful way to answer that might be to pick some specific examples, and around specific use cases. So I think the first is around this idea of really powering personalized mass communication. That's a big area. And, we've had success here in the US, not along vaccines, but if you look at Text for Baby as an example, of a really simple tool to text in, start to get personalized messages timed to your gestation period through the pregnancy and beyond for the newborn period. In South Africa, they've taken that model and really put it on steroids with the system called Mom Connect, which is actually a two-way system. And what they find is, because, care starts at home, the ability to be able to connect in to families and to caregivers in the home, even before, they even think about going to the health system, has been really impactful. And I think something like that you can imagine being used pretty easily for people to understand for the vaccine, the benefit. The second is the idea of distributed models, right? Particularly in lower resource settings, we need to push care out of clinics and hospitals that are few and far between, but also not trusted, into churches, into communities, into homes. And so digital has a huge role to play for that, because the challenge, as Dr. Zhao alluded to, is once you go out of the clinic or hospital setting, you also lose access to distribution systems, information technology systems. And so mobile phone-based systems have enabled a much more distributed approach, yet that can remain coordinated. So I mentioned earlier the example of Dimagi. There's many examples of mobile phone-based software systems that are used for point of care documentation, and for supply chain management. And then finally, this idea of the collecting longitudinal data, that's been shown as well. And again, I think a key lesson there is if you can pair data collection with service delivery, right? So, even here in the US, researchers at Duke, as an example, in the early part of the pandemic, launched a very simple mobile phone service where they were collecting information on symptoms of COVID longitudinally. But again, if people had symptoms, you get a call from a care navigator. And so what they found is that solution is scaling very quickly, particularly in the lower resource communities. And so those types of solutions we've seen be able to take some scale here in the US and elsewhere.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gillen, are there some other thoughts that you would like to add to this discussion in terms of measuring medical outcomes in our country and globally?
Well, I think we've laid out the things that we need to be looking for that are going to add to the evidence, so we know how best to use the vaccines in the populations. But I'd like to circle back on one of many of Dr. Nundi's comments about the experience, this early experience. I think that what happens next, I think, is going to be critical to what the trajectory is of the vaccination program. The people on the front lines are going to have to answer questions for themselves, but because many of them are healthcare workers, they're going to be looked to, as they are all the time, for their advice by their patients, by their families, and by their neighbors. And I think that experience, not just the did they get it or not, but the things that Dr. Nundi talked about, what was that experience like, is going to have a huge impact on what people do. Many people are appropriately taking a wait and see attitude. This is what they're going to see, and how to amplify that, I think, is going to predict how well this goes.
I think you're so right on this, and I think that given that the healthcare workers are often the people that patients will look to for their experience in terms of adopting a public health recommendation, that these frontline workers will be doing a lot in terms of engendering a trust in the populations that they serve. Dr. Sharpstein, you know, there has been modernization of the FDA over the past years. How are they doing? And what are your thoughts about, you know, improvements and also the integration of digital technology moving forward? I know that a new center has been developed for apps for medical purposes. You know, where do you see that going as, you know, mobile technology becomes more a mainstay of public health and medical practice?
Sure, that's a very big question. There's a lot that the FDA is responsible for, and there's always a need to check to see how the FDA is doing with respect to the tremendous innovation that happens. The FDA's one of its main missions is to bring that innovation to patients in a way that really matters for them, and you know, distinguish between the wheat and the chaff. You know, there's people every day saying that they've solved every problem, and you've got to figure out where the technologies that have promise are really help. FDA can really help bring those forward if it does its job well. On the particular question of apps, I think, you know, it's a balance, because you absolutely want to have tremendous innovation. On the other hand, you want people to be able to tell the difference between apps that are correct and apps that are incorrect, between things that matter and things that don't matter. And so, you know, I think that's always the struggle with FDA, to find that spot and constantly be willing to adjust it based on what you learn. So, you know, I think it, like many things FDA, it's an ongoing story, but and depending on where any one person is, I've met people who are doing innovation who say it was FDA that made this innovation possible. FDA saw the value, you know, gave it this particular kind of stamp of approval, and that's made this, you know, work, and so many people have benefited. And then of course you also hear from people who say, you know, I'm having trouble getting FDA's attention. I think this might have a big deal, or they told me they didn't like it. And so, you know, that's kind of the nature of FDA, but I do think responsive and accountable ways of thinking about apps is just extremely important, will only be more important in the future.
Thank you very much. Well, the last question I want to ask all of you on this panel today is, how does the COVID-19 pandemic end? And do you have any predictions about when that might happen? Dr. Gellin, would you start?
It depends how you define end. I mean, we know from history that in 1918 was a good example. When influenza showed up on the scene, it occurred in a few waves, and it became a seasonal issue. I think what many people have talked about is how we're going to have to learn to live with this virus. You know, we may be surprised, and it could magically disappear, but it seems that's not the case, and we're going to have to learn with it. Now that we have better tools, that's going to help quite a bit. Until we get those better tools and know how they perform, we're going to have to stay where we are right now. And I do worry that the people think the problem is solved just because the FDA advisory committee gave it a good vote. That's not the case right now. But I do think that we're going to have to see over time how the vaccines and the various tools perform. But to me, it's unless there's something that we haven't experienced before, it's going to be based on immunity in individuals and the populations. If the virus can't find a place to go, that's how we're going to beat it.
Thanks so much. Dr. Sharpstein.
Well, I think it's about community transmission. When we can get community transmission down and recover, you know, the critical things that we need to do, that's when we'll wake up and realize that we've moved past the pandemic. And the vaccine plus other public health measures are going to be necessary to make that happen as quickly as possible.
I think that's such an important point that, you know, we have a life-saving tool, vaccines. They were the landmark public health accomplishment of the last century, but we need to make sure that we combine this with proven public health practices, other proven public health practices like masking, proper hygiene, and social distancing until there is widespread community uptake. Dr. Nundi, your thoughts?
I mean, I agree with Josh technically, and I think that's the right answer. I think what I'd add is that things are never going to go back to the way it was before, and it shouldn't. People going into the office or into schools when they have a cold. If you look at what's happening with influenza right now and how we've broken transmission, I think the real question is going to be how can we actually prevent us from sliding back on so many different fronts that we've been able to push forward because of this tragedy, and really how much further we can push things forward, from me seeing my patients virtually, or at least giving them an option to being cared for virtually, to the acceleration of digital health. I think the vaccine is a tremendous opportunity for us to increase belief in science, to inspire an entire new generation of scientists to grow up and to want to become scientists and use their degrees to serve mankind. So I kind of take more of the optimistic view of how we can really take this moment. Healthcare wasn't perfect before we got here, and it's not going to be perfect after. How can we get closer to where it needs to be is really the question I think all of us need to help answer.
Well, thank you for those comments. I mean, if you think about it, 40 new diseases have emerged since 1968. AIDS, hantavirus, West Nile encephalitis, Lyme's disease, Zika, and now and this novel coronavirus. So, we really need to use this opportunity for pandemic preparedness and response, to marry public health and technology, to accelerate the advances that can happen, and make sure that they are well funded for the future, because this generation has had this coronavirus, but as long as animals and humans are living in close proximity, there are new infectious diseases that we need to prepare for. Dr. Zhao, the last word here. You run the Distinguished National Academy of Sciences. You've convened an important seminar conference and issued a report on equitable distribution of vaccines. Can you share some of the key recommendations and what the Academy might do for the future in terms of the innovation agenda that our panelists have spoken about?
Yeah. So with regards to the pandemic, it will end. But the question is then, what does it become? I don't think it's going to go away. As my fellow panelists said, it could become endemic. We have HIV, we have some of the infections that we learn to live with. But in fact, we get immunization, good public health to keep it at bay. It could be seasonal and pandemic. So I think it depends. But I think, as you said, Susan, the importance of bringing science and then also bringing public health measures and continue to learn from COVID. We, in fact, are doing a major study, international, but funded by HHS, to look at how would COVID teach us about seasonal and pandemic flu? How would it change the way you make the vaccines, Bruce? And of course, I'm sure Bruce is thinking a lot about this. How would you change public health measures? So I think that's where we're going to end up, in my opinion. Your question about allocation, well, as I said, I think equity is the key. When you look at the vulnerable population, those who are likely to get severe disease, those who are likely to die from it, that's the first population we need to protect. And so in thinking about equitable framework is what we talked about. And so clearly what we're using, aside from the frontline workers, is a social vulnerable index. So rather than using skin color, as we know that in fact, the communities of color have greater risk, but they have greater risk because they're more vulnerable from a socioeconomic point of view. So we use a social vulnerable index to decide what communities do we need to bring the vaccine first, etc. I think that's the way to go. In other words, it has to be fair, transparent, equitable. It has to try to protect everybody. And my last point is, this whole pandemic teaches us a lot about human dimensions. We need leadership that makes decisions based on science. And we need every citizen to protect themselves and each other. This is for the common good. And I think that need to be heavily emphasized. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhao. And I think thank you for underscoring that from challenges come opportunities for progress. I want to thank Dr. Zhao, Gellin, Sharfstein, and Nundi for sharing their extraordinary expertise with us today on battling the COVID-19 pandemic, the most dangerous threat to our health, the economy, and national security of the 21st century. Let me conclude by reminding our audience that throughout history, infectious diseases have killed more people than wars, and we must remain vigilant against them. To successfully win the battle against this disease, our country urgently needs a national plan guided by science, a 21st century response and prevention paradigm that combines the most cutting-edge technologies in science for surveillance, testing, treatment, and vaccine production and deployment, combined with proven public health practices, mobilizing all sectors of our society. And that means that each one of us must intensify our efforts, working together to fight the war against this coronavirus so that someday soon, COVID-19 is a disease found only in the history books. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Shirley Bergen, and I will be the moderator for this important conversation on communication and public trust. As I was curating and now hosting this conversation, it reminded me of one of my favorite quotes, and I thought I would kick off the session sharing that, and that is, it's a George Bernard Shaw quote: "The single biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it's taken place." And I think no truer words. We need to not only, it doesn't matter, it matters what we say, it also matters how we say it. And for the past 9 years, I have had the privilege of helping to share the stories behind some of the most important advancements and discoveries in health, medicine, and science, and how these advancements are communicated and made accessible and engaging to the broadest public is critical. It's critical to the public's understanding and their personal connection to the issues that they're addressing. And during these times of crisis, effective communication is paramount in driving public trust. So I'm going to take just a minute to give a little framing for our time together, and then I'm going to jump into some introductions to these amazing panelists. So with the imminent availability of a handful of COVID-19 vaccines, political leaders are planning for worldwide distribution and all of the complicated logistics that are involved. We now face an important decision on our health, the health of our families, communities, the health of the world, and that is whether or not to take the vaccine. Those who trust the vaccine development process will examine the efficacy of the vaccine, its potential side effects, before becoming vaccinated. There's others, though, that have been very vaccine hesitant, and that thinking was before the pandemic, and now their doubts will likely have been exacerbated by an unprecedented speed at which the vaccines were developed, coupled with the use of new vaccine development platforms. Vaccine hesitant or not, the public has a lot of questions about the vaccine that science currently probably has more questions than science has answers for. So, as we've often seen when the new public health crisis arrives in the absence of much pre-established science, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought with it a communication crisis worldwide, referred to by the leader of the World Health Organization as an infodemic, this information and epidemic, given the rapid and far-reaching spread of information, some factual, much of which is not. Unfortunately, the misinformation, inaccurate information without malicious intent that spreads, and then the disinformation, purposeful or wrong information, has had serious adverse health consequences already and are poised to continue to do harm as COVID-19 vaccines become available. Every day, those of us in the internet-connected world are faced with a deluge of digital information that challenges our beliefs and our actions. And in this sensitive time where accuracy of information can be the difference between life and death, we have the opportunity to reinvent how we communicate, use digital tools, grassroots efforts, and crowdsourced solutions to not only to reach all communities, but to advance the trust in science and the health of humanity. But how do we do this? What have we learned about public trust and communication since the start of the pandemic and from other public health crises before COVID-19? How can we best apply these lessons to the lessons to address the massive communication challenges we have before us? How can we avoid pandemic fatigue and current preventative measures like mask wearing, social distancing, frequent testing, until the vaccine brings us herd immunity and the fizzling out of the virus? I'm confident that this amazing panel of experts will help us answer some of these questions, and I'm really excited to introduce them to you. So I'll start off with Melissa Fleming. Melissa is the Under Secretary General of the Global Communications of the United Nations. Her leadership today during these unprecedented times has been front and center as she and her team, she and her team worked quickly to establish a number of important public communication initiatives tackling mis and disinformation, like Verified and the Pause campaign, as well as working to support the public's understanding and confidence in the COVID-19 vaccine with initiatives like #TeamHalo. Her previous experience leading global communication campaigns and media outreach, supporting the needs of refugees, as well as the peaceful use of nuclear technologies, will bring an important perspective to this conversation. So thank you for being with us, Melissa.
Great to be with you, Shirley. And hello, everyone.
And I'm going to introduce next Dr. Celine Gounder. Celine has been a respected and trusted voice in helping the public understand COVID-19 since January. She served on the front lines caring for COVID patients, and her presence across top news and media outlets, as well as her notable podcast, Epidemic, have provided me and much of the public some much needed clarity during these uncertain times. And most recently, she was named to Biden's COVID-19 Advisory Board. Thank you for your service over these past few months, Celine, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning. And Lisa Sherman. Lisa is the president and CEO of the Ad Council. As most of you likely know, over the past 78 years, the Ad Council has been responsible for some of the most important public service campaigns of our time. From Loose Lips, Sink Ships, reminding Americans of the dangers of revealing too much information to the enemy during World War II, to Smokey Bear and his message, "Only you can prevent wildfires," to their work on diversity and inclusion with Love Has No Labels, STEM for Girls, gun safety, and most recently, their work around COVID-19 with notable campaigns like Mask Up America, Alone Together, and Fight the Virus, Fight the Bias. Lisa and her team are now raising $50 million to support a vaccine education campaign. This will be one of the largest public education campaigns in history. So there's really no pressure there for you, Lisa, at all. Her experience in creating public engagement campaigns by leveraging leading edge products and digital technologies will be key in tackling one of the most pressing and timely issues our country has ever faced. So welcome, Lisa.
Thanks, Shirley. It's great to be here with everyone.
It's great to have you. So we're gonna jump right in, and I am going to start with a question. Actually, what I want to make just one comment, and that is I'm really hoping that this is a conversation. So if I've asked somebody a question that somebody else is really excited about, please feel free to take the appropriate pause and jump right in or wave at me. But I definitely want this to be a conversation, and all of your expertise is really this beautiful meld that is going to be important to answer, I think, most of these questions. So I'm going to start off with you, Melissa. I think as we think about the vaccine rollout, obviously vaccine hesitancy and skepticism and building confidence, especially in the face of mis and disinformation, are front and center. And I would love for you to share some of the things that you and your team at the UN are doing to respond.
Yeah, well, thanks, Shirley. I think, we've been, as soon as the COVID-19 crisis hit, we realized that we were not just in a global public health crisis, but in a communication crisis as well. And it was, first of all about, and it still is, public health communications, just basic. It's amazing that a year later, we're still having to communicate about why people should wear masks and wash their hands and socially distance. So we're still there. And we're in the first global pandemic as well in the social media age. which would provide amazing opportunities to reach people in an unprecedented, scale and depth, and in all corners of the earth. But the problem is we're in this polluted media landscape that is, you in your introduction described it, the WHO term, infodemic. Infodemic means we have good information out there mixed with the bad. And the bad information is unfortunately traveling faster or being elevated higher than the good information because of the way algorithms work, and because science is more nuanced, and scientists are not necessarily as slick and masters at communicating as some of the purveyors of misinformation, who have no problem with speaking in black and white terms. Whereas, as we know, science shifts, science changes, especially when dealing with a novel virus. So all that to say, because it's all linked, we're now, and we knew this was coming. I remember months ago when Dr. Mike Ryan, who is the emergencies director of WHO, said, we could reach, the moon, the equivalent of reaching the moon in record time with efficacy of a vaccine. But we might reach a stage if we don't start now where we're not going to have enough people to take it. So we have a couple of challenges. We have the challenge of the communications challenge, the polluted media landscape challenge, and we have also at the UN what we see as a huge challenge is the equitability challenge, a vaccine that is not just available for all Americans, but is available for everyone, everywhere, and at the same time. So just very briefly, and we can get into this a little bit more, we have a huge problem. We have a huge problem because as soon as the wonderful news was announced that we are at this stage, there are actually 3 vaccines that are, some in the UK even being rolled out right now, that are, have it, safe and effective, and but we have, misinformation spiked the moment the good news was announced, and it was, some of the same conspiracies that we were seeing bubbling, and misinformation and distortion, but then, new inventions as well, like it's going to alter your DNA. So we've been ready for this, and we've been developing certain tools. First of all, being guided by the knowledge that there is a data deficit, and Claire Wardle of First Draft News has done a study and come out with evidence that there really is a data deficit, that people are anxiously searching for information about the new vaccines, and they're not finding it. What they are finding in their feeds is, that these vaccines will alter your DNA, or that there's a conspiracy that Bill Gates is going to insert chips and be able to track your every move from here on in if you get one of these vaccines. So we need to be out there with good information and better at reaching people where information travels. At the same time, we need to be better at communicating it, and I'll get into that later in our discussion, but we have launched a practitioner's guide for communicators that is based on the best communications and behavioral science to be the most effective there is no cookie cutter solution to communicating vaccines. It really depends on who you are communicating to, what is their worldview, what is their experience, and so this, we hope, will help people around the world be better communicators. And third, we're trying to popularize, and I'll leave it there. We're popularize the scientist, humanize the scientists. So we have this initiative called Team Halo, where we have identified scientists around the world who are busy in their labs working on the race to develop coronavirus vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines. And we've given them the tools to become TikTok guides and to allow people to come into their labs and through social media engagement to be able to engage with them, ask them questions, a community kind of based science approach. And this is gaining huge traction around the world, getting a lot of media attention to, and tons of, local community engagement. So just a couple of initiatives, and thanks. Over to you. Back to you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Melissa. And I think the idea of actually putting the scientists front and center and having them be accessible is brilliant. It's exactly what we need to do. They don't live in some cave. They are everyday people like we are, working on really important issues. And so having them be front and center and participate with the public and answer questions and be human is a big part of storytelling and a big part of communication. So you mentioned there briefly that, obviously another issue along with hesitancy and our need to build confidence is inequity and global inequity as it relates to vaccine access, vaccine distribution. And I'm wondering, I'm going to kind of pass this one to Celine, who has worked HIV, Ebola, a number of different global infectious diseases. Just how are we going to communicate and really kind of make it front and center of an issue that if nobody is safe until everybody's safe, which means everybody needs to be vaccinated. So talk to me a little bit about, could the challenges associated with inequity be more of a problem than even vaccine hesitancy as we roll out this vaccine?
Well, I do think they go hand in hand. So if you look at some of the research that's been done on reasons for hesitancy, it depends on the group. But many groups are hesitant because they feel like something is not fair. So it could be that they feel like some of the restrictions right now that are being implemented. We had seen a woman on Fox News earlier this week, a restaurant owner in California, who was really upset because she was told she had to close down, but there was a film crew that had set up a tent next door to her location. And inside the tent, the setup was very similar to what it was in her restaurant. And so she didn't understand, why is it I have to close down, they get to stay open? So that's one example of sort of this fairness question. I think communities of color have experienced this obviously in spades. And so when you have people who feel like the system's not fair, they're not being treated equitably, the government is not meeting their needs, you're going to see in that setting conspiracy theories and rumors develop. So I do hope that we can address some of those things. I think one example of that is a stimulus package. So right now before Congress, there's been a stimulus package sitting there waiting for Senator McConnell to take that up. And unfortunately in this country, we've presented this as a false choice between the public health recommendations, a false choice between public health and the economy. And in other countries where you have social and economic safety nets, like in Europe, there has been much less resistance because people feel like, okay, the government is meeting my needs, and so I can trust them in a way that I think Americans don't trust their government when it comes to some of these recommendations.
So trust was going to be kind of the next area I was going to transition to. And I guess part of it, I'm just going to stay with you for a minute, Celine, given your experiences on the front lines, especially caring for vulnerable and marginalized communities that have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. How do we regain their trust? Especially if I think about Black, Indigenous, and Latinx communities at higher risk, how can we acknowledge the trauma of the past and begin building a bridge to tackling this virus together?
Well, I think it's precisely what you just said. You have to acknowledge, first of all, you can't pretend it's in the past. I mean, some of these things are very much present for them. I'll give you an example. I was caring for a patient, an Apache patient in Arizona, this was a couple of years ago now. And while I was seeing the patient, somebody else, a nurse or a clerical person, came in wanting this patient to sign hospital paperwork. And he turns to them and says, "Oh, another treaty for you Americans to break." You know, these are things that are very, very everyday current day for these people. And so one, you have to acknowledge that it has been a breach of trust and why. And secondly, it's not just about having a conversation about it. There do have to be concrete measures to reestablish some trust and to say, okay, these are the needs, these are the concerns you're expressing. How are we going to address those concerns? Not just have a conversation, but truly take concrete action.
Right. I'm going to transition over to Lisa. Lisa, maybe you could talk a little bit about Mask Up America, because I know that a big part of the initiative did engage and specifically talk to Black communities. And so coming off of Celine's question, transitioning to what's actually being done to engage and communicate, I would love to hear your thoughts.
Absolutely. I think that trust is at the root of so many of the issues that we're dealing with right now with respect to the pandemic, especially in communities of color, for all of the reasons that you and Celine have just talked about, and Melissa too. And so we developed some mask work, particularly and specifically targeting the Black community, because we felt that we wanted them to protect themselves and to protect each other. We did a lot of research, really understanding, what messaging would resonate with them. We tested all kinds of different ways in and message framings. And, what we learned is, and what we ultimately developed was a campaign that felt like the message was reflective of their lived experience. That they felt that we were talking about their reality. And in addition to that type of messaging, we engaged some culturally relevant messengers, because the messenger here sometimes is as or more important than the actual message itself. And so we worked with folks like Viola Davis, Simone Biles, the New York Giants wide receiver, Victor Cruz, people that they could relate to and connect with. And we were able to really connect at a level that I think that the message and the messenger allowed the message to break through and to be heard. And that's going to be, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure, a big part of our vaccine education effort as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely a perfect transition, because I was going to ask you next. I feel like $50 million and coupled with the sense of urgency, the importance of the campaign, the just rapid speed of everything this year, much of what Melissa talked about in terms of misinformation and disinformation and what's the right way for everybody to communicate. I would love to just understand from you, what's the plan? I mean, how do you think about this COVID collaborative partnership? How will that help shape this campaign? And you have amazing panelists here who I know their contributions in supporting the work that you will be doing, and vice versa, equally important. So give us a sense of what's going into the future here.
Sure. So look, I think everybody agrees, and it's not in any way an overstatement to say that this is the biggest issue of our lifetime. And from our perspective, it requires the most significant public education effort we've ever undertaken. I think we're all feeling, that there's some light at the end of the tunnel, and we got so hopeful when we heard about the extraordinary efforts around vaccines. But the bottom line is that if people don't choose to take the vaccine or don't feel comfortable taking it, we're not going to be any better off than we are right now and have been for the last 9 months. And so when we look at the high levels of vaccine hesitancy across the board, but especially in communities of color, our number one job is really to ensure that the American public has the most accurate information possible, so that they can educate themselves on vaccines and determine if they would feel comfortable moving forward. So our goal is to move through public education people from feeling hesitant to feeling more vaccine confident. And we're partnering with the COVID Collaborative, which is an extraordinary bipartisan coalition of experts across health, education, and the business sector to really get the word out. They're providing us with just an incredible group of scientific advisors who are going to vet everything that we do and really advise us to ensure that we have a deep understanding of the demographic and psychographic segments that we want to reach and inform the creative so that those messages really do ultimately connect. And in terms of our approach, you know, I heard a little bit of the last panel and there was a debate about coordinated, centralized, decentralized. From our perspective, I think it's very important to have a coordinated effort with respect to communications. But I think it's also important to acknowledge that one size does not fit all. So we envision a multiple effort campaign with distinct campaigns that reach different target audiences, especially in communities of color that we know have been the hardest hit and where we see hesitancy levels significantly higher. Mm-hmm. We're going to have probably the biggest effort with respect to an air game and a ground game. And that means, from our perspective, that we will have a broad national approach, and you can expect to see communications and creative assets across all the traditional forms of media that you've come to expect from ad council campaigns, whether that's broadcast, television, radio, out of home, all the digital and social platforms. But at the same time, we recognize that we have to have a significant local presence because we have to meet people where they are and we have to be in the communities and talking to folks in their day-to-day lives. That, I think, is where we begin to build additional levels of trust. And so we'll be partnering with grassroots organizations, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations to really get at that local piece, because I think we just also talked about it. Trust is at the core of this issue. Mm-hmm. And who the messengers are really important. For some people, it's pharmacists and perhaps their doctor or their minister. Mm-hmm. So we're going to rely on trusted messengers to help us educate people so that they can make those empowered decisions for themselves and for their families.
Perfect. Thank you, Lisa. I'm gonna swing back to Melissa for a second because it's back on public trust. And as I listened to the webinar that the UN hosted yesterday about the guiding principles and creating this practitioner's guide, would love your thoughts on trusted sources. I mean, if we're going to truly be able to connect with the public on a global level, then we have to have those trusted voices. And they may be different here in the United States than they may be around the world. They will be different. So give us a sense from your perspective how you're thinking about regaining the trust on a global, national level. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you. And Lisa, I think the principles that you just outlined are very much our thinking and our findings on how we will approach the world. And so we'd love to collaborate with you and to see how you are speaking to Americans with your findings. I mean, it is the same principle, though. You can't make assumptions for everybody. There's no cookie cutter approach. However, there are some things that you can do, and that is, first of all, one can't just assume that people understand what vaccination is. I think that probably most people haven't thought about vaccines and how they work in a long time. And maybe, you know, as a parent, you make that decision and you inform yourself, and then you probably quickly forget about it. So I think there's a lot of just principled basic education that we need to do, and that's some of what we're providing in terms of the content that we're putting out there. We're also trying to celebrate through our storytelling and our content the amazing history of vaccination and all the diseases is already wiped out, but also the growing threat of other of the vaccines that have eradicated diseases not being because of lockdowns, because of delivery issues in re-emerging, and this being also a really urgent and important issue to flag. Trust is, I completely agree with Lisa, it is at the absolute center. But how to build trust is the huge challenge, and one needs to go country by country, in countries, or community by community. In countries, though, where the national leadership has approached this pandemic in a responsible way, has communicated using science as the guide, we're finding less of a challenge. I think what has happened in the absence of trust in the elected leaders is that there has been a resurgent trust in the health officials if they have gone a different path and have stood their ground with integrity. But certainly and polling indicates that that trust in scientists has been elevated by this campaign. And I really think that we absolutely need to take advantage of that and give scientists and give doctors the tools to be those influencers and communicators, because people are turning to them. Yeah. And exactly what you just said also about the community influencers is incredibly important. I saw a study actually recently that that there is going to be an initiative to go to doctors, to barbers, and educate barbers, because these are trusted figures in some African American communities. So whatever works, but the important thing is to identify who is influencing whom, and let's get at the influencers and allow them to be our communicators for the communities that need to be reached.
And I would say that no greater influence than Celine, especially during this period of crisis and as a physician on the front line. So I would love to hear a little bit from you, Celine, in terms of what you're seeing from patients, from the people that listen to you, to the public at large. What do we have to do to rebuild public trust, and what role will the physicians play in doing that? They're physicians.
Yeah, so I think, am I muted? No. I agree with Melissa. I was, in fact, reviewing some of this data with some research consortium that includes Harvard, Northeastern, Northwestern, and NYU, I believe, yesterday, where they've been doing waves of polling across the American public to see what kinds of messengers would be trusted, what kinds of messages would be trusted. And doctors and scientists are really at the top of the list in terms of who people trust right now. We know that politicians are not the most effective messengers here. They, just by being politicians, politicize the message. And so it's really problematic when you have the information being doled out, being broadcast by politicians, whether that's the president or Governor Cuomo. It really doesn't matter which political party you're talking about. The problem is anybody who's not of their political party will reject that information, and anybody who is of that political party will double down on whatever that information is, even if it's not accurate. So, that is a strategy that you're going to see moving forward. You're going to see government scientists, CDC scientists really at the forefront of communication. But I think also healthcare workers in general really do need to be involved here. And one statistic that we've seen recently that is concerning is about a third or so of healthcare workers are themselves hesitant about the vaccine. And I think that's related, from what I'm hearing and seeing, to the speed with which the vaccine was developed and now manufactured, and also concerns about politicization of the entire process. Now, I think their hesitancy can be overcome. It's not as entrenched as other forms of hesitancy, but I do think it's really important to address, because they are going to be the ones in turn on the front lines of educating others. Yeah. So that is a task that we need to address now.
So I think we've talked a lot about messaging, building public trust, finding and reaching everyone, connecting and engaging with everyone. Let's talk a little bit about the tools to make all of that happen. And Lisa, I'm gonna go to you for a second, and then I'm gonna swing back to Celine and then Melissa. When we think about the tools, like, it's a new world. This is not the days of loose lips sink ships, right? We have so many communication tools at our fingertips. How will you use digital tools and some of what I would consider the more crowdsourced platforms to get the message out and to really engage, I think, instead of speaking to, speaking with?
Sure. Just before I jump in, I want to validate what Celine just said. We are actually working right now with the AMA to develop some doctor-to-doctor video content that will release in the next week or two to coincide with healthcare providers being in phase 1A of receiving the vaccine to that very point. If we can get more confidence there, they will ultimately be able to instill confidence going forward in future phases. So couldn't agree more. But Shirley, to your question about digital tools and technology, there's never been a better time to have to do this work, given all the tools we have available. Everything from us leveraging IBM Watson's AI technology to better understand which messages perform best in market against different scenarios and against different audiences is hugely helpful to us. And then, of course, the way we're approaching this, we really, in order to have the speed and the scale and the scope that's necessary, we're approaching this in a very open source way. So we're going to be creating significant assets. They could be actual finished creative products, an ad, a video, 30-second or a 60-second ad, or a radio spot, or it could be a creative brief. It could be a script, and we're going to be putting all of those assets into digital playbooks and toolkits and make them available to whomever wants to take them. So if you're a significant media platform and you want to pull down some scripts to have your own talent read those scripts, and then you broadcast those across your platforms, you know your audiences better than we do. You know what resonates better than we do. And so we're giving people all the tools we hope that they need to ensure that the message is relevant and it's delivered with the authenticity that's necessary to really connect, and ensure as well that it gets to the right people at the right place and at the right time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lisa. And Melissa, if you'll talk just a little bit about the impact of social media and all that you guys have been doing, and any other tools, technology you're using.
Yeah, I just following on just what Lisa said. Similarly, we're creating a kind of content factory for the world that is available to our whole range of UN partners and NGO partners to take. We use the Trello boards, so it's very easy to access. It's easy to then adapt to local languages. And to circulate locally, because at what we know, and also working really key with media partners from around the world. It's one thing for UN headquarters to broadcast. We do have millions of followers on our platforms, but it's still not enough. It doesn't circulate the way people receive their information these days, which is peer-to-peer via WhatsApp groups or in Facebook groups. So we really need to penetrate through, media partners, good content, but then people who will help us deliver. So another initiative that we have is to recruit what we're calling information volunteers around the world. And so far we've signed up 110,000 and counting. And these, we're calling them our digital first responders. These are ordinary people. I think, Shirley, you are yourself an information volunteer.
I am.
So thank you. And so basically you're led to our content pool, which is on shareverified.com, and you get a daily email. And in that daily email, we're teaching about misinformation, so providing this kind of misinformation literacy so that you can help us be that kind of community first responder, but also we're sharing good content that we're asking to further share. And this same content is going to local media partners who can deliver it at scale, either through broadcast airwaves, through memes on social media. We have, for example, a huge media partner in Africa called MultiChoice Africa that is delivering messages from us to their subscribers via SMS or public service announcements. So we're using radio. It really depends on where people are getting their information, but all based on, kind of similar messaging. So this is really important. I'd just like to acknowledge that we're working with this social mobilization company called Purpose, and they're our partner in this verified initiative that is really helping us to go out at scale and deep and wide in this social media, ecosystem that is very complex and difficult to navigate.
But meeting the people where they are, and that's where we need to be. So thank you, Melissa. And Celine, instead of asking you that question, I'm going to end with you on a question that I was going to ask everybody, but looking at the time, I'm getting the boot soon. I knew this was going to go by way too quickly. And we can't give up. We can't stop the public health preventative measures that we are, finally really holding on to, but just because the vaccine is rolling out. And I think a fear of a lot of people is the vaccine will start rolling out and everybody will say, well, if so-and-so got the vaccine, then I'm probably, okay too. That herd immunity. And so what do we do to really this is for the long run, we've got work to do. So while the vaccine is rolling out, what should we be doing to continue to reinforce the important public health measures that have been put in place, public health preventative measures that have been put in place over the last months?
Yeah, and this is going to be a challenging one from a communications perspective for a few different reasons. So first of all, it is going to take time to vaccinate everyone. The first phase in the United States is going to be healthcare workers and the residents of staff of long-term care facilities, so nursing homes and assisted living facilities and the like. After that, we're looking at critical infrastructure workers, and there's still a lot of lack of clarity about who those people actually will be. And then you're looking at people over 65 and those with chronic medical conditions. We probably won't be vaccinating the general public outside of those groups until April or May. And so it's going to take months to vaccinate enough people. We're estimating, quote unquote, herd immunity. You would need to reach 70% population coverage with the vaccine. And so that's going to take a while. I think at least well into the summer, if not into the fall, assuming people agree to take the vaccine. So that's going to be a major challenge there. Another issue, though, is that the vaccines have been studied in terms of whether they protect from disease. They have not been studied in terms of whether they prevent transmission. We think they will, we hope they will, but that means that just because you have been vaccinated does not mean you could still not be a conduit for the virus to somebody else. So I'm going to be one of those 1A people vaccinated probably in the next week or two, but I'll still be wearing a mask because I can still potentially transmit the infection to others.
Right. That's a great point, and a great reinforcing point to continue the preventative measures long into the vaccine rollout. So I just want to thank each of you so much for being here today and sharing your wisdom and all of your amazing experience and insights. We had this conversation so that we can do it again in person, safely. In a year or two. So thank you guys so much. And I look forward to talking with you again shortly. Bye.
So, hi everyone. My name is Bobby Johnson, and I'm a senior editor at Technology Review. And I'm also the lead on a project we're doing here called the Pandemic Technology Project, where we're looking at the development and deployment of exposure notification apps and other digital and data-driven interventions in the spread of COVID-19. So we've heard a lot about vaccine developments today, and there are obviously a lot of challenges around the rollout. So doing this at scale in an accurate, human, useful way is a real issue to tackle. Now, there's lots of things we know and lots of things we don't know, and we do know that there's ways we can make technology help this situation to get things working better, and that includes digital systems that already exist and new ones. So luckily, we have a group of folks here who can speak to those questions. They all have an inside view on the situation, how we balance people's concerns and public health needs and everything else that needs to happen in order for this to work effectively. So I know everyone's time is valuable and we're running a little over time. So I want to introduce the panel briefly and then get straight into the questions. So first up, we have Bill Patterson, who's an Executive Vice President and General Manager of CRM applications at Salesforce. We've got Ryan Oakes, who's the Managing Director of Accenture's public sector business in North America, and Adam Berry, who's the President and CEO of the PathTech Foundation, which is a nonprofit building apps for exposure notifications and more that are being used all around the world. So the first challenge I want to touch on is what we need to properly. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I don't know if we caught my introduction there. Was that on? Great, thank you. Zoom life, hey. Yeah, so the first challenge I want to touch on is that we need to properly administrate these programs, right? This vaccination rollout, we need to make sure the things we want to do actually work. So I wondered if I'll go to each of you and just ask you for a quick rundown of what you and your organization are doing in that area and some of the things that you see. So I'm gonna start with Bill. Can you tell us what you're up to?
Yes, well, first off, thanks for having me. I hope everyone here is safe. I hope everyone here is healthy. And I hope everyone is a little bit optimistic, based on the horizon we're about ready to embark upon. As you mentioned, Bobby, I run the CRM applications here at Salesforce, and we've been focusing on how our technology can be used at scale, really to serve as the underpinnings for a lot of vaccine programs and coordination and potential outreach, in different local geographies, sovereignties around the world, really to use technology to become and use the Salesforce platform to become the gateway for how organizations need to digitize a lot of these rollout experiences. For many, a lot of the existing vaccine administration management systems are a little bit legacy. They haven't been built in an era of modern technology standards. And so at Salesforce, we're really using our technologies really to help modernize a lot of the local infrastructures around the world for that vaccine administration, coordination, scheduling, and even get to adverse reaction monitoring once the vaccine's fully applied. So we're quite busy and quite proud to be partnering with a lot of local geographies and governments around the world. And I think, for many of us, we know that technology can be a great answer to get ahead of this way.
Great. Ryan, do you want to tell us what you're doing and what Accenture's doing in this area as well?
Sure, happy to. And I'll start by just also thanking you for and thanking the MIT team for having me here today. As Bobby mentioned, I'm actually responsible for Accenture's public service business globally. So I have the privilege of looking across cities, counties, states, national governments around the world. And as I talk a little bit about what Accenture is doing, there are some similarities to what Bill was just describing, which is, I'll use two words to describe it: speed and scale. So if either one of them was the only thing, if it was really just about speed or if it was just about scale, those would be in and of themselves tremendous challenges. The fact that they're happening together it's really about bringing a range of capabilities to our clients. And some of those are about just really dealing with everything from what does a citizen or a constituent see? What does a person see when they're trying to schedule an appointment, or they're trying to figure out where to go? Or what does a governor do when they're trying to figure out how to distribute the vaccine and how to respond to changing demand in different locations around their state? All the way to broader analytic insights that will allow a governor or a mayor or a county executive, or quite frankly, the leadership of a country, to make better decisions about the policies that they have in place to manage their area of responsibility. So we work really with a range of technology solutions and capabilities to enable that, with the key being doing it at speed. I was looking at the dashboard of countries and states that we are working with today. So this is not a, we're going to start deploying some of these capabilities in the coming weeks and months. This is, we went live with capabilities in multiple states this week. We're going live with capabilities in other states around provider enrollments and location enrollments in the coming weeks. And that is only ramping up. So this is the technologists on the call, this is not going to be a quiet holiday season while we try to get out in front of the scale that's really needed as we progress out of this first wave of distribution. So I'll pause there.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, obviously the challenge is huge, and I don't think there's been more urgency in anything, in at least in my lifetime. So Adam, I wanted to come to you and sort of also touch on what this means for end users, because we've heard a little bit about, you know, more on the back end side of providing. You know, what are you seeing at PathCheck? What are you working on, and what are the challenges you see coming up?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Well, it's really a pleasure to have an opportunity to talk, and just want to echo again, hope that everyone here on the call is staying safe. Since PathCheck's probably not as well known as Salesforce and Accenture yet, just by way of a little bit of a background, PathCheck was spun out of MIT this March, and it's really an unusual, and I think in many ways unprecedented organization. We have a community of more than 2,000 volunteers. They're almost all professionals from the software and healthcare industry around the world. And our mission has really been to help catalyze and develop a digital pandemic response by providing open source software, research and analysis, and standards that help to contain the pandemic, revitalize economies, but do that without sacrificing privacy. And our first focus was really in digital contact tracing and exposure notification. And we're now, as Ramesh spoke about this morning, really getting kind of focused on vaccination. But I think the interesting kind of relevance of some of the work that we did on exposure notification, and we're launching exposure notification apps in right now about 6 states and countries around the world, and of course there's many other teams that are launching other ones, is the way in which we were able as an industry, and this was driven, you know, by a lot of players and Google and Apple's participation, to design an approach to tracing that was deeply privacy preserving. And the Google Apple framework and the apps that have implemented it, I think, are demonstrating that you can offer a very large scale, potentially very broadly adopted mobile consumer internet service that is profoundly privacy preserving, like in a way that I think people have rarely come to expect from the kinds of consumer applications that they get now. And what we're hearing, and of course, EN is still fairly early, and I think vaccination is the introduction of vaccines is going to change the sort of trajectory for exposure notification. But what we've learned from that, from consumers, is that they really love it when they understand how well their privacy is being preserved. And so it motivates kind of instrumental goals like driving participation, at the same time that it's addressing, I think, like fundamental moral and ethical goals, like just sort of our basic right to privacy. So as we're now looking at the problems associated with vaccination, and to the point that Ryan was making earlier, vaccination is moving extraordinarily fast and at an extraordinary scale. I think what we're trying to do, both through our research and our writing, and also some of the software that we're developing to demonstrate what's possible, is to kind of provoke a little bit more robust discussion about the role of privacy in all of this. Does the federal government need to sort of vacuum up all of this personal health information from every citizen across the US? Or can we start to introduce strategies where we don't sacrifice speed and scale, but we still achieve some level of privacy and protection? And we don't think that's a technical problem. Like, the technology exists to do this well. It really is a sort of policy and implementation questions. Are we going to take that direction as we move forward with these technologies? Or are we going to sort of drive into a really centralized strategy? And what are the implications of that? I mean, again, at the end of the day, as I think someone earlier said, the first goal is let's stop transmission, right? Let's save lives. But these things are related really deeply. And I think that's kind of the sort of space where we want to sit, looking at that kind of applied innovation.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, isn't it? It's there are so many things in tension with each other over the rollout and delivery of all of these things, and plus a very confusing, as we've heard in previous sessions, very confusing and messy public discussion about lots of this, with frankly a lot of bad actors who are trying to confuse things for the end user and for the public. So I do want to touch on some of that, though, because I think there are many questions to be answered and to be discussed. But centralization and decentralization, and that kind of the way they plug or fight against each other, we're in a kind of different situation now than in most things, and we're building things that we're giving to users so fast. We've hardly even invented it before we've started giving it to people. And that results in a lot of confusion. It also results in us not knowing things sometimes, right? Centralization is about being able to give public health officials the data they need to make good decisions. Decentralization is about protecting the privacy of individuals. And those things, do they have to be in conflict? Are there ways to resolve it? Do we think better communication will help get over that? Maybe Bill, you can give us some insight.
Yeah, well, first off, I don't think they need to be in conflict. I also think that we also can't assume that every actor is a good actor in this process. And I think that we need to think about really using technology as a way of just being a gateway to give access to the right data to the right people at the right time, without necessarily thinking that it's centralized, decentralized, et cetera. I think for a lot of what we've been focusing in on, candidly, back to your point around speed, is really equipping those that have a distinct need to digitize their operations with the technology they need to facilitate those connections with those that are maybe inflicted with this virus. I think Salesforce now is in 38 of 50 states, powering contact tracing that was incredibly manual. It was more of an opt-in kind of experience because we had yet to see real public trust, set in around some of the more modern ways and potential ways that digital contact tracing could come in an automated fashion. So I think, it's not so much about centralization or decentralization, Bobby, to your question, but I think it's really about where can we use technology simply today, one, to try and standardize a little bit of this, quite chaotic world that we found ourselves in, where we just were behind the times in terms of how we could get access to this information. From here, I think it really goes into, I think there is a lot of opportunity for us to think about more of a standardized way of collecting data, especially in a pandemic, where one of the challenges we've had is we just don't have a national response to this virus like some other countries around the world have been able to enact. And I think that maybe is something that we have a lot of hope for what the future could be around, maybe getting to a degree of standardization, because I know, for Adam and for Ryan and probably myself, it's been probably more under the variety of experimentation and knowing what's possible. It hasn't exactly, gotten to a place of finding the one way that we need to get ahead of this situation that we're all in.
So Ryan, I wondered if maybe you could let us know some of the, in all of this, some of the roadblocks and bottlenecks that you see in the processes and how it relates to all the things that Bill just spoke about.
Sure, happy to. And, maybe I'll start by saying what maybe takes an hour to develop in terms of a screen or a visual that you can create for how a user might interact with a function, let's say scheduling or something like that. That one screen may take a week to integrate on the back end. And this is where there are really important considerations to be evaluated around privacy and standardization across entities. And certainly, I suspect all of us on this panel and most of us in the session would talk about the value or the desire for there to be some level of standardization and what is kind of normal from entity to entity. But the messy reality that we live in is that we operate in countries and geographies around the world with 30+ years of technology development that is complex, and there's real work to integrate. And so, to me, I look at it this way, which is, many of the states that Bill referred to are states where our two companies collaborate together, and a great partner of ours in Salesforce. One of the highest value things that we do right now is we get 10, 12, 15 of those states together, and we have conversations with them about the very topics of privacy and standardizing some of the functions and capabilities so that we actually can continue to move that journey forward in terms of both providing some of the rigor that we all expect in terms of putting control of data in the hands of the individual, while creating the kind of aggregated visibility that policymakers need to be able to make those types of decisions. So I'll pause there.
And I think if I could just ladder off of that, I think that the point that Ryan just made is an excellent one, which is, perhaps instead of seeing this as sort of stark trade-offs, is it centralized, is it decentralized, is it innovative, or is it legacy? I think it's really more a question of how are we addressing different stakeholder needs, right? So there's a set of stakeholder needs that are related to the individual users. So those of us who are being asked to provide our data in order to get access to the vaccine, there are needs that are public health needs, there's needs that the providers face, and there's needs that we face at a national level in terms of coordinating all this delivery. I think part of what it falls to us as technologists to think about is how can we address those different stakeholder needs in ways that are smart and thoughtful, where we leverage the technologies at our disposal in order to sort of address their needs at the same time that we protect their interests. So, coming back to your original question on centralization versus decentralization, decentralization and federation are a means of protecting data. It's a mechanism by which one can increase the security of data when it's applied correctly. And it's also a way in which one can provide privacy, but it's not the only one. We achieve privacy and data protection by layering strategies. And in some cases, those strategies actually result in systems that are vastly more simple, right? And so I think it's trying to introduce that thinking is one of the things that we're trying to kind of, as we kind of engage in this discussion. We've also had a great chance to collaborate with teams at Salesforce and work with folks at Accenture and many other providers. So, I think we see this as very much like an industry collaboration to try to address these issues.
Yeah, I would build on that, Adam, just for a second, because I think part of this collaboration also means that organizations need to be way more transparent with how they store data, how they integrate data, how they process that data, and who has access to that data, kind of broadly speaking. We're learning a lot about maybe the ineffectiveness of some of the legacy systems designs. And here I am in the state of Florida today, a lot of the national news about just access to a public available emergency response system, where you can go online on Reddit and find access to the usernames, passwords to send out information through that kind of thing. That's not the kind of systems that we can trust at scale. And I think that, all of us, what I love about working with these group of individuals, and these gentlemen in their organizations, is we adhere to degrees of standards and practices that are best in class around putting privacy at the center, putting trust at the center of these experiences, and our world-class systems that have been built for making sure that nefarious access just does not occur. And so I do think these are the kinds of things that brick by brick and data by data and process by process, experience by experience. These are the only way that we're going to be able to go back and re-win public trust that's been quite handily lost in this moment in time.
Yeah, so we've only got a few minutes left, and I really wanted, I mean, there are obviously, we in our project at MIT Tech Review, we really are looking at the whole pipeline, from drug development through to administration and exposure notification and transmission suppression. There's a huge pipeline of places where things can be improved, things need to connect together. But one that's coming on the end of all of this that people are talking a lot about is, vaccine passports, digital immunity records, what comes after I get the vaccine, and what am I going to be asked to do? So I wanted to spend a little bit of time on that area and understand how you are all thinking about that. So, there's obviously also a lot of confusion and fear among people that, not only are they going to be asked to take the vaccine, which they may be happy to do, but then what happens after that? I mean, Adam, you've probably learned a lot from your existing work in contact tracing and exposure notification that might throw forward into this. So what's your thought?
Yeah, so I think just as a starting place, one of the really amazing things or kind of cool things about the exposure notification applications is that we're able to do this very, very broad-based form of contact tracing without ever asking someone, what's your name? What's your birthday? What's your address? Anything like that. There's never that transmittal of that kind of data at the end user app point, which is pretty neat. I think there's something to learn from that as we think about how we engage end users in vaccination. I think when it comes to vaccination credentials and digital health passports, I would say that it's smart for us to sort of kind of decompose the problem between technology and policy. There's been incredible work done in the last several years by the Trust Over IP Foundation, the W3C, to really establish a set of standards for how we can do verifiable digital credentials. Like that technology, I think, is well understood, and there's a lot of amazing teams around the country that are developing that capability. So on that front, the capabilities are there. To Ryan's point, actually integrating those capabilities into the existing systems that providers and states use, that's a pretty sizable technical challenge. I think the harder problems are going to be faced around policy, right? So you do have a verifiable credential, whether it's printed out as a QR code on a piece of paper or whether it's on your phone. What does that mean? Does that mean you can or cannot get into a venue? Does that mean that you can or cannot get onto a plane? I think those policy questions are going to be way harder to solve than the technology problems that are associated with this. Like, we can create the technology, we can deliver the technology to do this, but we need to think really hard as a society, what does it mean if you're carrying around a vaccine credential? What does that do for us? And those problems are not technology problems, and they're quite difficult ones.
I think, Bobby, just want to build on that for a second with Adam. I think he's dead on around the policies and the rate and change in which policies are kind of coming in. And you also think about just the rate of change, because when you code software at times, you can kind of build to fit a specific known set of variables, and then something changes, and then the regression of that change also forces us to really think about needing to make sure that our systems are kind of built for that resilience and speed to that point. And so I think it's not only that we have to build systems that are policy aware, but also have to build systems that can take and incorporate change in a distributed way, in a interconnected way like never before. Because you imagine this pandemic we've been through. First it was a 10-day quarantine, then it was 14, now it's back to 7. I mean, these rate of change is really profound. And I think that we're going to have to also be willing to build our systems where, with a degree of loss of control, but a degree of openness to be able to send and receive data from these interconnected experiences that allow us. And I think Adam said this perfectly. It's more like all organizations, like a consortium, to have to work together in ways that maybe are unfamiliar, but are actually quite interesting to see how innovation is actually getting materialized today.
Yeah, we're out of time, so I'm gonna give Ryan the last word and then wrap up. So yeah, Ryan, any last thoughts on those topics?
Yes, that's a powerful weapon to hand over. Yeah, I pulled up. I had my schedule that happened to be sitting on my desk on my next screen over. And on my schedule yesterday, I had a meeting with an airline, with a retail company, and with a border agency on this exact topic. And that's just 3. That was yesterday. That is, as Adam has said appropriately and Bill echoed, it is the challenge of, it's not one challenge, it's a challenge of pages and pages of use cases and scenarios that need to be thought through from a policy and a practice and an operational perspective. And that's the work that I know we're actively participating in, as I'm sure many people on this call and certainly on the panel are, in trying to help beginning to pull through those as quickly as we can. Because of course, after we make sure everybody's healthy, we've got to get back to the business of economic activity and growth. And it's important that we be working on both at the same time.
Yeah, certainly this, if we've learned anything, it's change, adaptation, juggling lots of things at the same time, trying to, these are all real problems with huge urgency. So I wanted to thank you all, to Bill, to Ryan, to Adam. Really appreciated your time and your insights, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. And next we have an expert roundtable. And as we set up the roundtable, I invite everybody to join the conversation at vaccine.mit.edu/Slack. We have over 500 people registered. So we hope this builds a community who can stay in touch as we go through this pretty confusing stage of before vaccines, during vaccines, and what happens after the vaccines. So for the next 45 minutes, we're going to bring in some expert speakers who are working in these areas of vaccine distribution. I'm Ramesh Raskar here at MIT Media Lab. Next slide. And this morning, we saw that the challenges in equitable vaccine distribution, whether it's in the reach of prioritization or health outcomes in terms of effectiveness and safety monitoring, citizen engagement for 2 doses of vaccine passport, or communication. Next slide. And then we also have discussed over the last 3 hours various approaches using broadcast media, even using simple paper cards that could have QR codes on them, web-based system from software companies or CDC and FDA and state agencies, as well as smartphone apps that are either used for SMS alert or privacy preserving. Next slide. I just want to show this video one more time just for 60 seconds on a type of decentralized solution one could see, starting with the challenges that we have seen, making sure it's decentralized, making sure it's privacy preserving, it builds trust, allows employers to provide eligibility coupons to their employees. To get the first dose, let them understand where they are in the tiers, schedule appointments, do appointments completely anonymously, record their doses using QR code readers on their phone, their first dose, get reminders for the second dose, about 21, 28 days later, record their second dose. So now you have your vaccination record. Remind that it's going to take 14 days for immunity to kick in. Use that for verifiable credentials. Also stay engaged with the local community of how people are getting vaccinated in the neighborhood. Report any symptoms. Look at dashboards of are there any challenges with the batch or the dosage that they have received recently. Report the symptoms completely anonymously, but in a verified manner to CDC or the state agencies, and so on. So next slide. So let me start with some of our experts. I invite Noel Hara from NTT to give his short two-minute presentation, and to keep it on the clock, I'll remind everybody at the 2-minute mark.
All right, thank you, Ramesh. So here at NTT Data, what we've been doing is we've been looking at a portfolio of public safety technology that we have and how to adapt that to the new mission of pandemic response. And that's taken several different formats, from looking at smart cities technology and how we can take technology that looks at crowd capacities and preventing overcrowding in public spaces to we're running on a large public transit system right now. We could tell how many people are on every train, bus, and station, and predict, when you should take a public transit to work without having overcrowding. One of the things when it comes to vaccine that I'm very excited about is we've looked at some social media monitoring technology that we have that was originally implemented to help schools look at things like cyberbullying or, God forbid, prevent the next school shooting. And we've turned that to look at the sentiment around the vaccine. And Ramesh, if I get the next slide. So here we've been looking at sentiment across social media postings. And one of the things, I have a couple of different groups here, but if you look at the gray box, that's all retweets and likes and things like that. So the actual post, if you look at the center, healthcare practitioners, over 58% of healthcare practitioners are posting social media with a negative sentiment. So what does that mean when you have a negative sentiment out there from your doctor as far as people adopting the vaccine or being willing to get it? Next slide, please. And then here, when we look at minority populations, the negative sentiment within the minority populations is really immense. It's really an issue where you have here in Chicago, where I live, 30% of the population's Black, but 60% of the deaths. And the minority populations are saying, no way am I getting a vaccine. And some of the words that come out in the word cloud are, guinea pigs. And, there's reference in the post to the Tuskegee experiments. So, this is data that has to go back to the health department so that they could do on the ground local interventions and education to really get the most vulnerable populations to be willing to go out and get that vaccine. Next slide. One positive I did want to point out is that overall of the posts that say yes or no, I'm willing or not willing to get the vaccine, 74% of the posts say yes, I'm willing to get the vaccine. However, if you look at that trend line, it trends drastically with the local media cycle or the daily media cycle. So we really have to watch what the pundits are saying and what the news cycle is around getting people to adopt this vaccine, because we're seeing massive swings in the data. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel, and thank you for staying within your time. I would like to invite Anil Sharma, who's a longtime partner working on many social impact efforts at Tata Consultancy and also leading the efforts in India on vaccine distribution. Anil, your 2 minutes.
Okay, next slide. Yeah, I think all of this is said earlier as well. I think there's one area which I feel which worries me is this whole notion of adverse event and the serious adverse event. Now this is potential to become a big issue, and then I think a lot of these whatever has been talked about, the ability to create digital journeys for citizens and then giving their first dose, second dose requires creating new digital systems. But I think the hope was only few countries today have a robust immunized information system. Now in this whole process of creating this very quickly, very fast, we are going to make mistakes. I think privacy security is certainly an issue. I think what I look at is, although we are thinking about equitable distribution of vaccine, we should also, as technologists across the world, also should create open initiatives in the world, make technology equitably offered to all emerging world. Right. Next slide. Yeah, we can skip this. Next slide. I think one area which we have looked at digital technology here is to provide decision support to state government here. And I think this was a digital twin for a city which we created in Pune to look at whether you should unlock on a weekend or a certain period of time. And then these are very complex problems with a lot of parameters, demographic parameters, the virus characteristics, the interventions you could do. And this model worked very well. So we are extending this model to essentially make the decisions around making choices around the cohort selection. Right? This of course comes with a lot of parameters like demographic, comorbidity. The vaccine itself has its own efficacy. The supply chain depends on the vaccine type, right? And so we are modeling this so that the decisions can be made on a rational manner. So there's again work based on good experience which we did at Pune. Next slide.
Let's, in the interest of time, let's move on to our next presenter, and Anil will have plenty of time to discuss during the presentation. So we have Sanjay and we have Nicholas. Sanjay.
Folks, let me just jump right into it. Take some time here. My name is Sanjay Sarma. I'm a professor at MIT. I want to talk about a couple of things. I think we're entering an era of bio-mistrust. Obviously, we know that. There is the history that when we clink glasses before we take a drink.
Sanjay, just 1 minute, your video is not visible. Just want to kind of,
you
can turn on your video. We still trust you.
You want me to keep talking?
Let's go to Dakota and come back to you in that case. Go ahead, Dakota. Dakota is director at ID 2020. As Anuradha in the morning session gave a shout out to ID 2020. Go ahead, Dakota.
Thank you, Ramesh. So I wanted to pick up on the closing comments from the panel that preceded this one. And the panelists were talking about digital vaccination certificates, a modern portable means, a credential that would allow people to prove that they had been vaccinated. And with that, the ability to facilitate the safe return to workplaces, schools, universities, global travel, public venues, et cetera. And what we've seen, what was being discussed is that there are both technical and policy level challenges associated with such a proposal. And yet we, I think, all recognize that this is a vital piece and perhaps sort of one of the last pieces, if you think through the sort of journey of a vaccine, to ensure that we can recover fully. And what we've been thinking about really over the last many years, but particularly in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, is how do we build on existing technology and ensure that there's a standards-based approach to these digital certificates. So I think I heard reference to the W3C, to Trust over IP, a handful of organizations who've done important work on laying the technical foundations. And what we think is critical is that beyond just the technical foundations, we need to ensure that each of the solutions being brought to bear, that they're interoperable with one another, that they have necessary guardrails for privacy, for user management, and portability. And so the ID 2020 certification is a tool that we've developed and have developed before the COVID pandemic to assess the adherence of solutions to a set of 41 outcomes-based requirements that we think are as germane here as generally. And then I think the question is one of policy and adoption. And what I think is very interesting when it comes to vaccination, and this is, I think, quite distinct from the test credentialing landscape, for example, is that there's a very small group of organizations, Gavi, the WHO, partners in COVAX, who are thinking through what it will take to effectively roll out the COVID-19 vaccines. And so what is, I think, vitally important is, from a policy perspective, how do we go about generating the necessary data on the costs, the complexity of a digital vaccination certificate, so that countries and states, as they consider adopting something like this, know what they need to know in order to do so effectively. So you start with principles, that gets translated, I think, into this sort of series of requirements, You ensure that those solutions are interoperable. There's a standards-based approach, and then you go, how do we inform people so that governments are in a position to take it to scale?
Absolutely. And on that note, let me also bring in Sanjay Sharma, who's thinking about this since his spectacular launch of Auto ID Lab that transformed how we think about barcodes and RFID. Sanjay.
Thank you, Ramesh. What I was saying earlier was we're entering this era of bio-mistrust. And I'll remind you that when we clink our glasses when we have a drink, and so cheers, that's partly because of bio-mistrust, because one of the stories behind it is you're worried about the other person poisoning you, and you're mutually poisoning each other, right, if you're taking that risk. And this is the world that with COVID we're in, and it's creating very complex requirements. For example, if you live in Massachusetts and you want to go to New York and you're to drive to Connecticut, precisely how you handle a quarantine, where you get tested, when do you get tested, how soon, how long is the test valid? It's like reading a computer program. And this complication, by the way, even shows up in families. For example, what is the routine for Thanksgiving? What is the routine for Christmas? Who's going to quarantine for how long? Who's going to take a test? But then if you take it across institutions, across nations, it's becoming quite a mess. And so what we really need is a technique and a standard for social interoperability. And in the absence of that, the fear is that society is going to become this mistrustful morass of requirements, where you never know, if you meet the requirements to enter a building, it's like getting a visa. So with that in mind, there's a lot of talk about COVID passports and things like that. The problem is a lot of them are ad hoc. They're solving a particular problem. And the real fear here, in my view, and this is what I wanted to share, is that we will plummet into a fragmented set of ad hoc solutions. And the real victim is going to be human and civil rights, things like privacy, things like my right to keep my diagnosis private, and things like that. And it's going to be very hard for society to plummet into this and then withdraw in any graceful way. And so one of the things I think both Dakota talked about it and Ramesh and I have been talking about it is to think through these issues at a fundamental level now before it's too late and before the cat's out of the bag, to mix my metaphors. Thank you.
Wow, human values, Sanjay. Thanks for reminding us. Nicholas from Stat News, who has written some really beautiful articles, very in-depth articles on this pandemic. Nicholas, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you everyone for having me here. So I'm a reporter at Stat News. I cover the intersections of race and medicine and health. And I'm doing a lot of coverage right now on the vaccine rollout. And a lot of my focus looks at, health disparities, but also looking at hesitations, especially in communities of color and Black communities more specifically. Noel earlier had just talked about, some of the examples of hesitation we see. What people need to, really understand is just how deep, the mistrust in certain communities, especially Black communities, of medical research goes. Noel had brought up examples like Tuskegee. This is things that I'm hearing in a lot of my reporting. This is something that took place, many, many years ago, but it's still fresh. It still, scars the psyche of so many Black Americans. But I would also mention that, systemic racism in the medical system, it's not just a thing of the past. It's also something that is still happening today. So in terms of people's worries and such, the trust needs to be built. The trust needs to be worked on today. A perfect example, I was just speaking with a source who was telling me about, right now, everyone is rushing to make sure that communities of color are, towards the front of the line when it comes to getting COVID vaccines and such. Yet it's such a stark difference from the beginning of the outbreak when communities of color, Black communities had such trouble getting access to testing, and it still do have the trouble with that. So I would challenge everyone with whatever field or wherever they are working, whatever you're doing, make sure you're doing it equitably. Make sure you're keeping in mind that, this distrust, it's really on us in these professions to really, work on and repair. So make sure you're in those communities just to begin with. So when situations like this happen, you already have a basis there. You're already there, you know who to talk to, and you know how to proceed. Thank you for your time.
Nicola, those are, I think, one of the most important issues we have to deal with today. Peter Schwartz is finally back on video. And Peter, I know you and I have been working on this since early April, when your whole team at Salesforce was helping us launch open source protocols for the pandemic response. And you continue to do amazing work. So please share with us your thoughts.
Thanks, Ramesh. Delighted to be with all of you this morning. I want to make two fundamental points. They're based on my experience in working, first of all, with the state of California and now currently with Hawaii. If you look out my window, you can see I'm actually on the big island of Hawaii, where I fled to basically quarantine in paradise, as it were. And it was a personal decision. So I've worked with the state of California, the state of Hawaii, and the government of Singapore. And so what I want to comment on comes from those three experiences. Where California is doing it mostly right, Singapore is doing it entirely right, and the state of Hawaii, not so much. And so let me share two fundamental points. One of the big issues that we've run into that I think is quite critical is policy confusion. And I think Adam Berry referred to some of this in his comments earlier. That is that where you have multiple decision makers all involved. You've got the federal government, that's one level, playing some kinds of role. And now with the new administration, we're going to see probably a more active and coherent policy, at least some policy. Then you have the state actors, you have county actors, you have private actors, you have community leaders, and so on. California has had a very good hierarchy of pretty clear decision making with a very clear set of policy makers and good communication through county officers. State of Hawaii has nothing. There is a state health agency. There is no county health officers and so on. So what we find ourselves in this position is that, for example, in Hawaii, there are 5 different decision makers of significance trying to make every single decision with no decision-making organization whatsoever. And so we've had confusion on what the policy is on quarantining on the island. We've had the confusion on policies of masks, etc. We've had now great confusion on what it takes to enter. The comment was made is, how will we know what are the appropriate standards for someone who can enter, say, the state of Hawaii? Well, every island now has a different standard. So one of the big challenges and lessons for going forward is the need for a coherent policy-making structure, which we don't have. We have a high degree of confusion. So that's number one. And related to that, of course, is multiple apps that are being used for different purposes. We've got a Safe Hawaii app. There is no app for actually contact tracing. There is, so they're just launching a statewide contact tracing application, Ramesh, built on some of what you guys have done. But there is no coherent decision-making about that either. So we've got 5 different applications, none of which talk to each other. So we can't figure out from the state of Hawaii if someone has come in and actually complied with the quarantine and so on. There's no enforcement mechanism. So policy confusion is point number 1. Point number 2,
yeah, let's come back to deeper conversations. But absolutely, I think policy cohesion and apps cohesion is definitely critical. Let me just make sure I give chance to other speakers in this opening 2-minute comments. So let's bring in Susan Garfield from EY, and Susan and I similarly have worked also since April on pandemic response. So Susan, your very short thoughts to get us started.
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I think the key for us as we start to address the rollout of the vaccinations is equity. So we keep hearing we're all in the same boat together with COVID. It's a challenge everybody's been working on. But I think the reality is that we're all in the same storm, and there's been very, very different boats. And I think as we look forward, we need to look at these issues of health equity, disparities that Nick was talking about, and figure out how to overcome them for the long term as we address the short-term needs of the COVID vaccine responses. So at EY, we're really, really interested in addressing some of the public health transformation needs, investing today for solutions that will help us moving forward, and really thinking about how technology can be an accelerator to all of this. And the comments around standards, the comments around addressing those within the population most at need, I think are critical. And one thing I just add as we continue into the dialogue together is we're looking at that public public-private partnership opportunity, what role employers can play in helping with some of these vaccine hesitancy issues, and how governments and the private sector can work together more effectively.
Excellent, excellent. And in addition to these introductory comments, we have many VIPs on this chat. So I encourage everybody to turn on your video and let's spend the next 15 or 20 minutes or so just thinking about why we are here, what we can do as a community together. Of course, this 45 minutes is not enough to get all the points across, but I hope a lot of us stay in touch. And in addition, anybody watching online, go to vaccine.mit.edu/Slack, and you can post your questions and join the conversation. So actually, Surit, you just joined. I know you had a conflict. So Surit, if you want to just present your short 2-minute comments, so being very strict, 2 minutes. Are you on, Surit?
Ramesh, I was very interested in what Peter was saying. I think he has a very interesting model to report about the lack of interoperability among apps and other things. So I would like to hear him just finish his remarks, if you mind.
Yeah, we'll definitely come back to Peter on that during the discussion. So, all right, I'm glad everybody's on the screen together. I think, Surit, you're having challenges coming on board, but glad to see you together. So I heard 2 or 3 main discussion point. One is equity. It's a very critical one. The point that Dakota and Sanjay and many others are making this point about how do we make it, and Peter, about how do we make it interoperable so it's not yet another standard that we go towards. And maybe the third one, which is kind of at the center of a lot of the conversation here, is this trade-off between centralization and decentralization, right? So let's start with maybe these 3 broad areas and take them one at a time, maybe about 5 minutes each. So let's start with equity. I know, Dakota, you wanted to have some comments as a response to Susan.
Sure. I actually wanted to follow up on sort of a different piece of what Susan laid out there, which was around this idea that we're at a very unique moment where there's a huge amount of investment being put into digital infrastructure. And I think that brings with it a real obligation, not only to think about how that digital infrastructure is being built to address the immediate pandemic at hand, but I think we need to believe that there will be longevity to any of the technology that is being developed and deployed. And that necessitates us thinking through these precautions and these guardrails for things like privacy, for user management, in a way that there's a higher burden of proof, because we need to ensure that what we lay now is the technology indeed that we want to live with for decades. And so I think there's a requirement for all of us, and I think this is particularly true for sort of the technologists in the room, that we have to slow down to speed up. We need to slow down, make sure that we are approaching this from a standards-based way, that we are thinking about interoperability, we're thinking about privacy, decentralization, and laying a framework that ultimately allows for users to have control over their own data, to be able to access it, and to be in place that are not just around interoperability, but also around privacy and around user management. So a pitch for standards and a pitch for public-private partnership as a way to get there and do so at scale.
That's fantastic. And I'm seeing some comments already on the chat and the Slack channels. So I think thank you for covering that, Dakota. Let's spend a few minutes on this aspect of kind of standards. And I know Peter had a particular viewpoint on that, and also our friends from NTT and TCS. So Peter, go ahead. I know you made that comment in the text, but please go ahead.
Sure. Look, I want to build really on what Nicholas St. Fleur has said. We've had a lot of experience here, both in California and in Hawaii, dealing with how do you bring minority communities and diverse communities into it. California has done, I think, a reasonably good job. But here in Hawaii, we have multiple communities, South Pacific Islanders, Native Hawaiians, visitors, et cetera, all coming together in a complex mess. And what we have done, and this has worked remarkably well, we've created ambassadors, local ambassadors, Hawaiian ambassadors, Marshallese ambassadors, ambassadors to go into those communities, communicate mask wearing, social distancing, and now beginning to prepare for vaccination. Because I thought the term bio-mistrust was an excellent term, and unfortunately we have a lot of it. Virtually every minority community on the island has a high degree of bio-mistrust. Surveys suggest between 25 and 50% will not take the vaccine. And so that's a huge issue. So we have been able to use particularly religious leaders of faith in these various communities as a vehicle for engagement, because we put it as a moral obligation to the community. And actually then the religious leaders, the leaders of faith, have been very powerful in communicating in those minority communities and have been one of our best vehicles for dealing with the bio-mistrust. I'll stop there.
I mean, Peter, you're saying that although we're talking about empowerment of the citizens, the empowerment could happen not just at an individual level, but also could happen through community leaders. And I think that's a very important point, that
exactly right.
doesn't mean, all at the node of an individual. I mean,
we had issues around testing. That was where the first place we hit, and lack of trust of data, et cetera. And we have now broken through that and have made great progress as a result of being able to mobilize those communities.
Yeah.
I think what Peter is talking about is one of the most important lessons we learned from public health, is the need to mobilize local influencers to reach targeted communities. Thanks,
yes, Susan, it's something that's so true. We see it over and over again. And if as we're designing these vaccine-related solutions moving forward, the most recent data tells us that we have to go local. So even as we look at surveys by state, the breakdown of hesitancy, the breakdown of issues is not consistent from Georgia to California, from Texas to Virginia. So we are in real danger of creating broad brush ideas of what's going on. We have a huge amount of diversity of thinking, of issues, of challenges. And so as we think about our approaches, that kind of local connectivity is critical. And then pairing that with this amazing technological foundation that allows us to be incredibly targeted in how we engage with people. So if we think back to that platform Ramesh was showing, what that is, that's a personalized engagement tool in your hand, as well as a vaccine validator, as well as a health passport, as well as all those other things that Dakota was talking about. So I think putting those two things together, you're dead on.
I think what you're describing is building the public health infrastructure of the 21st century. It is taking those proven public health practices and marrying them with new technological innovation. Thank you for that comment.
I just marked here, trust and ease of use are key to the success of any of this technology working. There's debate out there right now whether or not we can capture people's cell phone number to remind them about the second dose and things like that. So if people don't trust the technology and it's not easy to use, they're not going to adopt it. And we're not going to have a successful program. And it's going to have to take place at the local level to educate people.
On that note, actually, the point that Susan also made earlier about the local communities, I want to invite Quinton, who is not only a city councilor in Cambridge, but also an MIT grad, and he thinks about technology and people all the time. So Quinton, what's your take on this?
Thanks, Ramesh, and glad to be here with you all. You're all, covering exactly the right topics. It's been very challenging for us on the ground. Even here in Cambridge, the innovation capital of the world, we have a very diverse population in a very small city, and we're definitely struggling with the racial inequity, getting access to testing to our community members. We're struggling with keeping the schools open. The schools just closed for in-person learning because of our case rates going up, and yet overall we've been able to maintain relatively low COVID-19 cases in Cambridge itself. So definitely a lot of challenges, but it sounds like you all are focusing on the right topic areas, and I'm optimistic that we'll be able to apply the technology and the solutions. And I completely agree with you that we have to go hyper local, and I'm ready to help in any way I can.
Yeah, Quinton, it's amazing. I know you and I have been talking about this since the beginning of the pandemic. And given your MIT background, and I know your wife is a Harvard professor, so you're wearing a Harvard vest there. Despite all the innovation in Cambridge, it's very, very difficult to move these things along, because as the points we heard earlier, that the trust with the community continues to be a challenge. Let's spend a few minutes going back to this tension between centralization and decentralization of data. Clearly, when you centralize, it's much easier to kind of, deploy the systems. And Susan and I have been talking about this for quite some time. She has a lot of experience, years of experience working in the government. On the other hand, we have organizations and new nonprofits that are pushing for this decentralization. Just wanted to kind of open that up if anybody wants to share their thoughts.
If I could just jump in real quick, and I apologize because I had a point for what was previously talked about, kind of the hyper-localization. And I'm so happy that was brought up, because more and more from what I'm hearing in my reporting is that, the roles that faith leaders and, community organizers are really playing in, combating vaccine hesitancy. It's funny. I'm not sure if there are other journalists on the line, but I'm working on a story looking at the role of celebrities and as, COVID-19 vaccine ambassadors. Last week, I believe it was, Barack Obama had said that he was going to take the vaccine on camera and such. And speaking to some experts about, would this, nudge people in a certain direction, what kind of effect it might have. And one source I spoke with brought up an interesting point that I think kind of sets a background for when we think about these things, which was, for some people, it doesn't really matter who's getting that vaccine, if it's like, some kind of celebrity. The issue that they see is that, this celebrity, this person has really good healthcare, right? So if something does go wrong, like say they have some kind of reaction, they'll be fine. They'll be able to see their doctor. They'll be able to take care of it. But that's not the same case for everyone else in this particular instance. If they have really bad reactions or something like that, which, is what they're thinking when it comes to whether or not to take the vaccine. Will I have to miss work? Will I have to, who's going to watch my kids? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? So thinking about, on the hyper local level, what are the problems that, the same people who are the faith leaders are going through, are the same people who they're talking to, who they're trying to convince? Those are those same problems. So I just wanted to say, echo that. I think that's a very important area to be focusing on. And now we could go back to the question at hand.
Yes, hyperlocal is related to the centralization and decentralization of this aspect, because there's a tension between kind of a bird's eye view that allows you to deal with every outlier, as opposed to aggregation, privacy-preserving aggregation, where you could lose out on all these outliers, individuals of color, or if there's one single person who is low income in a high income neighborhood, all those challenges do run into when you start aggregating the data and start losing for the sake of privacy.
I think it's as you're saying, it's a really important question, because, having worked on many public education campaigns, like the first one for depression in 1980s, or trying to get people to get mammographies in the 90s, that we reached out to local faith leaders, to hairdressers, to barbers, and to others who had impact in the communities. But then that knowledge is sometimes lost. And I think the challenge is, from a centralization point of view, how do we keep a roadmap of all of these community leaders, so that when another problem arises, we can easily mobilize them? And how do we map trends in terms of side effects or adherence, in terms of something that's needed now to really reflect on what's happened, but to protect privacy, which needs that very individualized, privacy centric response. So I think going forward, we really need a discussion about this. And that's part of, I think, a national plan for innovation in public health moving forward.
Susan and everybody else on this call, do you see that as a tension? Because you see that the ability for public health and CDC, and of course worldwide, it's not just for the US, and the kind of, the world we live in, the Snowden world, the Cambridge Analytica world we live in, do you see that conversation happening, or you think it's in the pandemic, some of these things can wait?
No, I don't think it can wait. I think it's urgent. to have it, because as was pointed out, there are billions of dollars being put into these building digital solutions and creating, as the UN is, a kind of a repository of information. But let's make sure that it's kept modernized so that we're prepared for the future. And I think it really provides a wake-up call that these areas have been neglected, that these issues have been neglected, that equity has not been at the forefront of our discussions, but needs to be, and that we have to put the hyper-localized together with the national and find a way forward. Time is of the essence, and nothing could be more important.
I'm glad to hear that. I know Adam Berry is here, who's a big proponent of the decentralized systems. If he wants to add in any thoughts, also.
Maybe answer to your this question on centralized versus decentralized. Maybe just talking about the experience from India, right? I think it's all comes to interoperability of these systems, right? And then each state spends their own time and schedule, and then you never interrupt, right? And it takes years together to create systems. So I think what for India has done is created software at the central level, made it available to states. It is the same software, right? That is customized. The data is owned by the states. But whenever they need to, like in case of public security, police, they are able to aggregate this data at a central level, right? So if they need to. So my sense is there's probably a smart way of doing things, right? Which is building one system, make it available for everybody.
That's right.
Have it be customized. I want Peter to talk more about this because, saying that we're 5 different apps for different things. I mean, after a while, you don't even go to it anymore because it's so confusing. So, Peter, do you have any thoughts about how to make this a more seamless system?
Well, I think there's the technical dimensions, which are frankly the easy part of it. It is actually the institutional questions, getting collaboration among the different players and agree either for interoperability and ease of communication or a kind of, let me call it, single master application. As you know, the World Economic Forum and the Swiss actually came up with a good travel application, which actually, if you were to use it for all of these purposes, is probably the best that we've seen so far of that sort. So I think, frankly, it's unlikely that we're going to get a single tool. So finding ways to get data sharing becomes, I think, the only way to actually make it work. Some kind of protocols for actually being able to share the data.
Very well said, Peter. I know we are coming up on the hour, so I definitely want to appreciate everybody joining us. And just in the last 1 minute, if folks have thoughts on what we can do next, write an open letter. Folks want to participate in creating a protocol that can kind of have a trade-off between centralization, decentralization. The issues of equity and equitable distribution are extremely important, and mistrust. Any thoughts on what this group can do, and if you want to invite anybody else who's watching? Susan, Shirley, Jaggeet.
I'm happy to jump in here with at least sort of one specific call to action, which is as it relates to vaccine credentialing and credentialing for test results. What we've seen is that there is this fragmentation happening at the moment. And I think, Peter was just referencing one of multiple different solutions that we've seen brought to bear around test credentials that relates to travel. But in order to forestall that type of fragmentation and instead to have a standards-based approach, there's an urgent need to bring together a critical mass of organizations who say, we're going to develop those protocols and those standards so that all of these pieces can interoperate with one another. And so we've been working with the World Economic Forum, working with WHO on the testing side of things and the vaccination side of things, respectively. And in either of those would welcome partners. On the testing side, there will be an open letter around the needs for a standards-based approach that we're working on by the end of the year, and then a sprint into February to develop the standards. And please do contact me if your organizations are interested in being part of either of those efforts.
Yeah, fantastic. So hopefully we can do that on Slack. I would like to invite all my co-organizers to just provide their closing thoughts. I know we're at the top of the hour. And Susan.
I just wanted to mention one thing, Ramesh, before we close. Because I missed the earlier half, did anybody comment on the immediate urgent pragmatic aspect of how to minimize wastage, given that initially there is huge scarcity.
Wow,
That's an aspect that me and my company, we are deeply interested in, but I wanted to just make sure I hear from the experts in here if they have any thoughts related to that.
I think so. It's such an important topic. I wish we could continue, but we have to close off the session because we.
No, sure. Just the name of anybody in here who's interested in that, and then I'm.
Yeah, let me give it to my co-organizers to wrap it off. Susan, Shirley, Sanjay, and then Jagjit to take us to the next panel.
Thank you. Well, I just want to thank all of the experts and our audience today for participating. Ramesh, Shirley, Jagjit, Sharma, everyone who's been part of this conference in organizing it. This is the public health threat of our generation. It has challenged the health, well-being, and the economies of every nation. And it's going to take the innovation and the expertise of each one of you here today working together at the community, the state, the federal level, because the spread of an infectious disease like COVID knows no state or national borders, and we can only beat it by working together.
Thank you, Susan. Shirley?
You said that beautifully, and I will echo every single thing you just said, and also just say that there really is this kind of call to arms for everybody to be involved. There's no time to kind of sit back. So you may not think you have an expertise or a skill that is needed, and you'd be wrong, because I think we're not going to solve this in silos. We're going to solve this in multidisciplinary collaboration. And so we need, designers and artists and economists and policymakers and doctors and lawyers and technologists. You need a real robust representation of the world. And that's not going to happen if we play in our own little sandboxes. So I encourage everybody to be bold and brave and to stand up for being a part of the future.
Thank you, Shirley. I believe Sanjay just had to drop out, so I'll hand it over to Jagjit to take us home.
Sure. No, thanks, Ramesh. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I think as a county representative, as well as part of our MIT collaboration efforts, I really like the perspective of the centralization and the decentralization aspect. Fully agree. It's not going to be a one solution, but the point which Peter talked about, data sharing is a big problem on the ground, and how we can enable these kind of platforms where we can share and where we are not working in silo, integration of the different systems and data aggregation and tracking of it. So it all goes back to the collaborative efforts which all of our agencies and jurisdictions have to play and work out together. And it is not just the public sector effort. It is about the holistic stakeholders, where private sector, academia, your corporations, and everyone has to come together for this common cause. So I'm really glad that every different perspective came into it. Really like Sobrit's point about waste management. That's one of the key focus area for us too. So definitely we might be able to continue that conversation on Slack.
Thank you, everyone.
So with that, Ramesh, we can wrap up. We can go to the next topic to wrap up.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Thanks, you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.